Hello, and welcome to the 28th episode of our Adventures in Excordia campaign. I'm the GM Connor, and playing with us tonight are Karen, played by Pyro.
Oh, how could it have all gone wrong?
Dat, played by Dom.
Going after my fucking sweet roll.
And Daryl, played by Norvin.
Hi.
Silver, played by Tristan.
Hello.
Shane, played by Morgana.
About 3 PhDs in intros.
And Zonkiri, played by Fergus.
A pleasure to displease.
And yes, I did swap the Shane and Morgana the one this time. I said Shane, played by Morgana.
Who knows?
I hoped somebody did and was going to try and call me on it, but oh god, Silver rolled a 1 as well. So, now that y'all have gotten your session luck out of the way, holy fuck, Zonkiri, I just saw the 312.
It's a guy with a PhD.
No, the Doctor of Blades is not here.
The doc-
Well, that I hate to spoil the personality of your fucking BBEG, but Shane gave you an insight to it last night. You'll know that's right. I have 3 PhDs in rat dissection. Just
the Bane.
Your PhD is just, but I have to talk to you about my medals.
God, this is an incomprehensible joke to most people, including some in the chat. But last we left off, you all had started tracking out and looking for Drak, the rat folk mercenary hired by the Shade Ruiners to orchestrate an attack on Moonwatch and frame the rat folk through were-rats, thus causing a international incident between them. While Zonkiri was arcane eyeing and looking for Drak, who he did then find, Karen had been listening to rumors in the bar in the first level below your all's room and heard a Casturgian accent hooded figure with a particularly unique metal gauntlet escorted Dampier out of the building. And after trailing him, he noticed that Karen noticed that Katira had followed with him and had assumed the rest of the party had come. Dat Rat, in his element, leaped from building top to building top, unseen, and you all had cornered this vampire. Fought very well, in so much that you all never actually had blood drawn. And damn. Yes, the leather jacket. Though never being. Was it? You weren't given his name or his description somehow. You just knew that you spotted him with
we were given his name, but he was never described more than just he's a were-rat to us.
He is a rat folk rather than a were-rat. He's a bit of a. That is, he does not revert to a humanoid. He is like that. But yes,
I'm just gonna start calling him Mice.
Yeah. You did spot him out by his leather biker jacket with DRAK on the back. You all had also seen Drak overdose and was turned on his side by some red-clad, leathered enforcer from the Shade Ruiners, who seemed to be protecting him at the moment. All that got put on hold as you all cornered a Casturgian agent, beat them until they turned to mist, found out that the pivotal part of beating a vampire is hitting them with sunlight while they drop to 0 HP, not after. And you all have orchestrated a plan together that involves
I'll be right back.
2 casters, a bag of holding, a sunlight stone, a scroll of speedy courier, 1 very violent rat, and some luck. So, we pick up as you all are finishing mulling out this plan, and I imagine a little bit Charlie, what's his name, conspiracy theorying the board of like the dynamics of how you have to get to this guy in an hour before he wakes up and gets to tell people about your sunlight stone and get away. So I'm gonna go ahead and queue up. So, weirdos, what are you doing?
Still reading, so canonically.
You all, in canon, have been told the plan, because I'm not making you say it again unless you particularly want to.
All right, everyone clear on what we need to do.
Also, I don't remember. Yeah, yes, I know. So,
Affirmative.
all right, here's the scroll. What do I need to use it correct?
I know it's technically rules as written. You can only cast a spell if it's on your spell list, right, Fergus? But I normally rule that anybody can cast a scroll.
Yes, that is correct.
I don't really rule that anybody can cast a scroll, although I'm sure that opens up a lot of game-breaking mechanics. But yeah. So you can...
Luckily, actually, we don't even need somebody else to cast it. Lankiri can just use the scroll because of how long the spell lasts.
Just get
So the
back.
worst case is that Dariel can use it, and I'm pretty sure it's a Warlock spell too.
Yeah.
I have some addition to it. Like if it's on your list, you can just. I think I have it set to if it's on your list, you can just cast it. But if it's not, you make an Arcana check to do it correctly.
I'm so fucking smart right now.
And I think it's DC 10 plus your level. I think these were optional rules in Xanathar somewhere. It's been a while since y'all have used a scroll.
I wonder why.
I wonder how. So, execute your plan.
In the bags I carry.
So, the bag of holding is Silver's, correct?
No.
Which
And
bag?
Dariel's, I
And
think.
Dariel's bag of holding, right?
Yeah.
So everything you invert it and everything falls out. Is there anything in particular in Dariel you would be? Is he still AFK?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Is there anything in your bag that you wanted to take out before you dumped it? Like anything you would hide? Because if not, everything's going to be sprawled out on the floor in front of everyone.
No, there's nothing hidden in there. She's
Is it-
got a forgery kit. She's got a disguise kit. She's got a dwarf crown worth 250 gold. She has 35 gold pieces of silver dust, sapphire dust.
All these things fall out as you invert the bag.
A longbow, 60 arrows, a mess kit,
You
a
eventually
book about Genie.
you hollow all of this out, and it kind of gets clumped into a pile to put back when you all come back.
Don't forget
And-
the leathers.
No.
Hey, what do you think's in her ring? Extra dimensional space.
For PhDs.
Which, speaking of which,
fun
the ring will
things.
have to come off. Just technicality-wise.
You're gonna take the ring off, look at it, and hand it to Andariel. Not hand it to Andariel. Yeah. Hand it to
Sometimes
Morgana,
you gotta give it to the realest person you know.
and just hand it to Morgana.
So now I will repeat what I said. I am ruling that the genie's ring is an extra-dimensional space, so that anything you carry with you, or when you can bring people in with you, anything they're carrying, can be stored in the ring. And should it be broken, instead of the Astral Sea, the items will be scattered into the home of your patron, Giasa the Bubbly. Like it says on the bag of holding. I'll have to think of the specific weight limit to have for that one. Yeah. But for now,
the ring?
Yeah.
The ring doesn't have a weight limit, but it does have an area limit.
Oh, there's an actual space in the ring that it defines?
Yeah.
Oh, then
Yeah,
as
I
long
think
as
it's
it
like-
fits in there, it'll be good.
I
Okay.
think it's like a 30-foot cube.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so forget the weight thing, we'll just go off space. I didn't remember if it had a space that it actually said it was. You take it off. What else was I going to say? I don't remember. But you take the ring off, having not really stored anything in it yet, I don't think. Except
Nope.
your imaginary leathers. Wink, wink. Hand it to Morgana, and prepare to climb into the bag. You all have, I think, 10 minutes once it closes, but it should be near instantaneous for Dat to open the box. Now, is somebody telling Dat the message?
We do not at the moment have a way of communicating with that.
Okay.
I believe the thoughts were write a note and put it in the box with you.
So you do
Yeah.
so. You write a note and set it in the box next to where the bag of holding will be.
Coding.
Anything else?
Alright.
I believe I was putting stuff in there with them. I think.
Would you
I
like to?
believe
We need your glowing stone.
Right. I cast. Well, I cast sunlight, quote unquote, on a pebble.
Mhm.
And I'll drop it in the bag with security.
Right. You cast light, the cantrip, on the stone. So for the next hour,
For the
it
relic.
produces a 20-foot radius of bright sunlight and 20 of dim.
Yes.
I think technically only the bright should count for vampire stuff, since there's no real distinction between bright and dim sunlight. But thinking of it, if there was an overcast day and the vampire wasn't in direct sunlight, or if they were under a tree and you could see them, technically sunlight's reflected off. There's a series of technicalities.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Yes.
Sunlight is sunlight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
You can still get sunburned through an overcast day.
true. So
And I put just in case, a potion of supreme healing in there with him.
okay. There should be space for all of that.
Alright. I'm gonna leave it on. Actually, no, I'm gonna take it off my sheet. Just get to the recording. So here I go. Potion of supreme healing's in there.
Does anybody else do anything before you have them, Zonkiri and Dario, climb in the bag and send it? I'm assuming the scroll has been cast by Zonkiri. The
Yep.
chest is up.
As soon as we get everything ready.
Okay, so things are being sat out yet, and the chest is not yet summoned. As you all are deciding on everything that goes in. Anything else going into the chest before he casts it, and they dive in the bag and it gets sent?
Don't believe so.
Correct me. Is Ondario going in the bag or in her ring?
So if she put
Bag.
the ring in with the bag, it would be 2 extra dimensional spaces, like a portable hole in a bag, and it would astral see you.
But she can still put the ring in the box.
She could, just not in the bag with you.
She will put the ring in the box.
Easy to
Yeah.
do.
Actually, no, she'll go in her fucking ring and just have the ring put in the box. She can get out
Yeah,
whenever the fuck she wants.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you use your genie's respite and put yourself in the ring.
Right. In that case, Zonkiri will be bringing along. Let's see, him and all his stuff is about 150 pounds or so. So he'll bring along 2 skeletons as backup.
They climb in. I'm assuming that's filled up.
Well, this won't be the toughest squeeze I've had to do before.
You see he
Everyone
climbs to the
ready?
bag.
Zonkiri casts the spell and then climbs into the bag of holding.
This, I'm assuming stark black and white radiant or glowing chest appears based on you're the caster. The bag, the ring, the potion of healing, the sunlight pebble are all placed inside. Anything else? Whoever closes it is when it gets sent to Dat. And the note on top.
Silver AFK or is it here?
What about me?
Got any bombs? Put some bombs in there with them.
I do not have.
Terrorism over here.
I mean, I don't have bombs.
All right.
Yeah. So if nobody has anything, somebody say that you close the box.
Vanna closes the box.
And it disappears. Dat, you are currently in an alleyway on the closest as you can to the innermost wall. you are scrounging around for a way to try and scope out and wait out the heat, as suddenly, at your feet, a black and white, elegant box. Zunkari, if you'd like to describe any particular design elements on it. But
yeah, it's got like a emblem of a sword halfway drawn out of the sheath, surrounded by silver briars on top.
Very intricate. This must be Zankari.
it does
Open the
read
box.
aesthetic. Click. Inside you see a note explaining, Dat Rat, this is for you. This is the plan. You open it up. Take the bag of holding out, I'm assuming.
Yes.
The seal's broken, Zankira. You're able to climb out.
1,000
Okay.
seal dormant. Who has disturbed his slumber?
Zankiri just takes it for a second, looks down back in the bag, and says, "That better have been a bone that was pushing into my leg," and just starts pulling out the two skeletons.
Not gonna comment on that one. Ooh, a ring.
Indignant rattles.
You see a very pretty brass or gold signet ring with the image of a cloud with a sort of figure eight
Ooh, I'm gonna
stream.
pocket that. I'm kidding. Kidding. I'm gonna tap on it, let Daryl know.
There's a small blue stone on it, and I'll let this be because I did it for Pyro last campaign. It's like a skylight out of your space, Andariel, and you just see Dat's giant finger, like a fish in a fishbowl.
Is Giasa in here with me?
She can be. There, you see that there's like a sliding partition that she can come through and out.
Alright, well, she'll just wave to Giasa and just get out.
Well, for the 10 seconds you're in there, Giasa does like a wave, and then you turn into energized mist and float up through the skylight and reapparate from clouds on the city street with the ring on. You have
Okey-dokey.
the Sunlight Pebble and the Supreme Healing Potion are all that's left.
Sunlight Pebble is gonna get dropped in the bag of holding, and the bag of holding is gonna get attached to Dad's waist.
Okay, Supreme Healing.
Also,
Yeah.
oh, sorry, you were saying?
I was saying you might want to keep like both of those outside the bag of holding.
Outside the bag of holding. Why
That's
don't
mine.
It takes an action to draw something from the bag of holding.
does it? Okay.
Yes.
Never mind. The potion's gonna stay out.
So you're just carrying the stone. How are you carrying the stone then?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is the sunlight gonna like leak through my clothes or something?
If you cover it up, no. But if you just hold it in your hands, there will be beams of sunlight shooting from between the cracks in your fingers.
Yeah, I'll take a fucking dirty rag and cover it and like wrap it up and shove it in my pocket.
Easy enough. It'll just be an item interaction to pull it and unsheath it, essentially.
And then on that note, I'm going to give Zankiri safe holding of the bag of holding.
That's mine. For the second time, that belongs to me.
Did I
Rat has
stutter?
Rat has no concept.
Zankiri just looks at Dat and Dario, and he just smiles and just slowly hands the bag back over to her.
Thank you.
All right, Dat. No time to lose. We've got one shot at this. Where's the vampire?
Lamp Village, rough area, and right here.
You direct
Why
them,
was that circle so slow? Jesus.
You direct them in what is a 300-foot trek, so 10 rounds a minute of traversing. A little bit more because you have to bend a little bit, but you're still about 3 minutes into, well, let's say maybe 5 minutes of your planning. You're still only about 10 minutes into the hour window you have.
I suggest we just get moving quickly. Get this
Agreed.
over with.
That would be preferable, yes.
So, do we have to wait the hour until he gets back into his box, or
No,
is
he is
in his
currently
box
now.
for the hour?
He
The
should
plan
be in
describes-
his box now.
Yeah, once he entered the coffin, mist turned into vampire form, and you can kill him with sunlight now. But if you stab him again, he'll just turn to mist, reapparate, restart the hour, so on and so forth.
Okay.
I think explicitly what was said last after session was that if you just throw the stone in the sarcophagus with him, he'll incinerate.
The sunlight will do damage to him.
Yeah. The sunlight
Hold on,
hypersensitivity,
hold
he'll
on, I
take.
gotta deal with dogs.
You're good. Sunlight hypersensitivity, you'll take 20 radiant damage from the pebble being thrown in, and because he died or reached 0 hit points in sunlight, he will not be able to enter his mist form to save himself and will instead be destroyed.
Okay. Okay.
So, I'm dragging out your all's tokens in case you decide to go AWOL and go to a tangent.
Go
But
to a hooker bar.
yeah, I'm instead going to fuck the plan. Let's go join Drak in the fucking drug run he was doing.
I don't want that assassin's cloak.
I'm sending your tokens here. That's not where you actually are, but if you all do move, I'm going to use it to mark where you're supposed to be. The red dot is the group of you.
Okay.
So, give me a stealth check for everybody coming up on the temple, if you want to try and seem... Because you all do not look like you belong in this sector. This is well-to-do, upper-middle-class regions.
Zankiri and Daryl could probably make themselves look up, because we
If
still
they
have
had on
fancy
fine
clothes and stuff.
If they put on their fine clothes, probably.
And Daryl looks nice at all times, thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
She keeps herself good looking for her girlfriend.
Okay. What is your... Are you wearing armor and adventuring
it's
gear?
It's Facebook official?
No.
Then
And
I will say you
Daryl
blend
does
in.
not wear any armor.
Then without armor, I'll
Daryl-
say you entirely blend in as a tiefling looking in like street clothes that look nice. You look like you belong here, actually.
And
With a
I'm sorry to
giant
tell you-
brass arm.
I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but you're like Ethiopia skinny. Don't think that's pretty.
And just as a reminder, while Zankiri is in armor, he is in very much Githyanki style armor,
Yeah.
aka flamboyant as all hell.
I do long for the return of the Time Lord backsplash disc. So you two, I'll say, blend in fairly well, especially if Zankiri stays near Andariel. You all have a bit about her being your translator. The point stands for that.
Yeah, stealth check at advantage.
Yeah.
Doubting.
22. So you see that there are clergy folk crawling around this temple.
Ironic, isn't it?
I know. The layout of it, there seems to be a foundational basement with small windows, too small for even you to crawl through. It would take a tiny creature squeezing to get through it, or having amorphous form to squeeze through down into the basement. There's also large black or gray slaty stone steps that lead up. You see tons of candle iconography, as this is a temple to the wax lady. Debauchery, falsehoods, etc. are her domain. It's going to be hard for you to find an opening. But at the moment,
And Daryl's just going to walk in like she's supposed to be there.
you stroll up. Does Zankiri come with you?
No, Zankiri, seeing the holes, he's actually going to stop for a second and just
If he stops, she stops.
He's got a look of a look of cunning on his face as he says, "Hold on for a second. Oh, it can't be this easy, can it? Hold on one moment." Zankiri will send Varshi, just little bat flutter over near the grate to the underside basement.
There's a little window, but she can kind of push it back and open. It's got a thing to let some air out. She can squeeze through.
Yeah, and he'll just get a look into what it looks like.
There is a inside. You see that there is a chamber to your right, which looks like This seems to be the mausoleum section, fitting for where the vampire would go. And you are looking around, and you do see a series of coffins on the ground. And you see like stairs leading up to the main area, and then as she flutters around, you see that there's a thing that goes deeper down into pitch darkness level. But there are a series of mausoleums, and you're not sure which one, or not sarcophagus is not the right word. Coffin isn't quite. The stone one you would find in a mausoleum.
That's a sarcophagus.
Is it really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they're still called sarcophagus.
Then you
That's
see.
not, that's not Egyptian specific.
Okay, there are many of those. There's like maybe a. 10,
Even the
12.
Egyptian sarcophagus you'd imagine was usually seated inside of a larger sarcophagus, like you're thinking of. Very rare that they were left,
if you will.
yeah, it's very rare that they were left exposed.
Yeah, so there's some that are kind of like placed on the floor. There's a lot of them placed into the wall. But you don't see any that seem particularly open or identified as the resting place for a vampire. But you identify about 10 in this first level. Did you want to have her go deeper?
Sure.
This is pure darkness, so she's only using blind sight down here. This is the last level, B2 if you want to look at it that way. Nothing but wall sarcophagi, or like, yeah, sarcophagi. The thing literally in a big mausoleum where people get slid into the wall. There's many of those, and there seems to be some sort of altar with a knife on top of it. At the, I can do a quick sketch to try and point this out, and it might help. Stairs, and then back here, as the room loops around, there is an altar.
With a knife in it. Is it an ornate knife?
From what she can tell, which is really only texture, it does seem to be some sort of sacrificial, like, wavy-bladed knife.
Want.
Also known as a Chris.
A Chris, then.
Touch not but the lamp.
Me? Tempting Dom with greed? Never.
Well, it's a good thing that rat doesn't know it's there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Flashback to a certain amount of pink frogs.
That's all she really finds out just by looking over. Is there anything else you want her to do? You don't see anybody down here, by the way. She never ran into a person in the catacombs at the moment.
Yeah.
Catacomb, so it's not just a basement.
Is that the right term? There's a series, there's like probably 50, 60, 70 corpses in boxes down here. And
That's
this is
just
where
a
they put their
mausoleum.
dead.
I like the way you say corpses in boxes instead of bodies in coffins.
I mean, it's not wrong.
No, it's not. That's the funny part.
Eh.
What about that? Is there any way into that other?
Actually, I have an idea. Barshi is going to fly around to each of the coffins down here, as well as like the ones upstairs, and she's going to feel around for dust on any of them.
Okay, give me an investigation check then.
Are you just drawing now, Connor?
A little bit. Trying to give a bit of a visual representation. 15. There is dust gathered on a few of them from... You look and there's like a stone roof, so there are some like... Anything particularly heavy impacting might cause a little bit of rubble to fall on it. Are you looking...
Specifically looking for which ones have not been moved or opened in quite some time, because...
So with 15, you cross out two of them in the far corner that look like they're hard to clean, that the caretakers don't bother cleaning all that often. It's one of those where they would have to like lean over with a long broom and like clean it in a very odd angle, so it just kind of gets left as is. Most of the others seem to be kept fairly pristine. With a 15, you have about deciding on 8 to choose from.
Answer the question.
That's what I did answer.
Oh, he did.
A vampire of that rank wouldn't fucking resort to being into a wall coffin. It's too low of him.
Good idea. Can Varshi smell blood from any of them?
Ooh, make me a perception check.
She's a vampire bat, isn't she?
Yeah, so she has advantage on that, doesn't she? On smelling and hearing?
Sure. Or she has advantage on hearing because she's a bat.
I think she has advantage on smelling. Bats have good rates of smell.
Unless Connor wants to give her.
I'll keep it as the stat says given, that only hearing has advantage.
Hostile DM.
Ooh. Hostile DM.
Okay. I won't try and make any kind of bit to hurt everybody in response.
Damn.
21.
She's smelling around for what I'm hearing is you wanted to try and smell the vampire's most recent difference between them and a regular corpse.
Yeah.
With a 21, she can find that. She doesn't smell blood, because all the blood fell out of him when he was poofed, pretty much. Anything that wasn't actively being digested and converted to power, essentially. But she does find one that has just... all the others smell like corpses. One of them smells particularly desecrated. A smell she has come very accustomed to near you. And examining it, she feels very confident she's found the one the vampire's in. Even so much that she would have... It was the... Was it the 15 or the 21?
15 was looking at dust. The 21 was smelling blood.
Okay. I thought the 15 investigation was the dust one, but...
Oh, then correct me if I'm wrong, Zankiri.
No, my mouse double clicked.
Okay, so it should be the 15?
Yeah.
Okay. Then rewind a bit. She does identify that
my Roll20's been doing a stupid thing recently where when I try to look at the chat, it pops it out and then I can't get it to go back in, so I have to refresh the page.
It will not identify exactly who he is without the natural 20 then, for the 21 total. 15, she knocks off an additional 3 though, so you have 5 to look from. Those that she knock off have smell of rot in a way that does not remind you of a vampire.
Okay, I'll be fine once I get down there. Because I have advantage on smells.
Is there any wood she's seen down here?
No. Maybe some of the... No, because they would have wax candles. So no, you see metal sconces, stone decorations, and wax candles and candelabra, etc. for light. But you do see there seem to be some ever-burning candle, lamps down here. Not many, but a couple. But not on the second level.
Okay. Alright, Zankiri will, he'll nod, he'll describe the layout to Dat and Ondario. And he'll look at that and say, if you can get into the basement unseen, you should be able to narrow down which of the remaining coffins it is.
I mean, I can do it keeping us unseen.
Yes.
But everyone's gonna notice.
What do you mean?
I can cast darkness.
Right.
Probably not the best route.
Sorry. That was.
Especially
I was being a
considering.
smartass. My apologies.
No. The main issue with that is that would destroy the light on the stones.
Oh, yes. That would be bad.
I would cry.
Okay, let's see. What spells do I have in my lovely little. Hold on. Can you describe to me exactly where it is?
Sure, it's exactly this far down, exactly this far this direction, exactly this far this direction.
Dat, can you make it there on your own?
Probably.
You are crossing a not particularly busy, but it is a somewhat wider road where it wouldn't be as easy to dart across from side to side.
What about the view of the rooftops?
It's almost marooned, this temple in the middle. There's not a good distance for you to jump from rooftop to rooftop.
Do you
could-
know
the
invisibility?
building's
Zankiri?
Do not have it prepared today, no. Why?
Because you could hit him with invisibility just to make it easier. But then again, we did not know we were going to be doing this.
How many dimension doors do you have left?
2.
I'd rather hold on to those in case of emergencies.
If I can
Very
get an hour break, I can have 2 more.
I don't think we're going to get one of those once this starts.
Yes.
All right, how do you plan on getting down there? I do have an alternative idea.
Connor, how far away is from our side of the street to the church?
To the steps, it'd probably be a good forward 20 feet and then maybe a 15 feet like loop to go up the stairs because you all are coming at it at the side. I'm picturing so you could see the windows. So the way it's drawn is the angle you're looking at, pretty much.
Where are the clergymen outside there?
They are, scattered all about. You see there's some, like, walking the streets, just kind of evangelizing to the corner. There's some up on the upper railings, on the streets. There's plenty inside. The only place at the moment you don't see them yet are underground. By the way, is Varshi staying down there?
Yes.
Okay. Is she waiting for anything?
She's mostly just feeding the. She's waiting for anything to change, and she'll alert Zonkiri so that he can switch over to her vision.
Gotcha.
So, Zonkiri, Andario, suppose a clergyman appears where I'm at. Do you think you could silence him?
Oh.
Depends what you mean by silence.
I have a spell through my staff that I've never cast, so I don't know the particulars of it. But I know I can do it with my staff.
What's
It's,
that spell?
Hold monster?
I don't believe that.
That'll work.
I just need to critical.
That'll prevent them from speaking?
Yeah, they'll be prevented from pretty much doing anything.
They'll be paralyzed for the duration.
I just need to crit a clergyman. I don't think I have any more auto crits. I do not. That's not gonna work.
Zonkiri's gonna look around. Is there anything wooden in the alley?
Yeah, there's probably some crates or barrels or such. They kind of have like things tying them to their building, but you could get some wood pieces.
Yeah, Zonkiri's just gonna go get a wood piece and pull out a knife and just start like carving about a 1 inch or so long stake, or a 1 inch diameter like stake.
Easy enough. It's not the most stable. It's kind of like You get like the sides of a barrel, and they're kind of like tied together with some twine you found, but it functions as a stake.
How busy is this road over that I'm going to be attempting to cross?
At the moment, I think it's technically their evening, so they're it's like a Wednesday night service type of, like, the people are here, but they will eventually leave, and it'll be deader in the quote middle of the night, even though the city doesn't really have a day-night cycle, so there's people always up. It seems to be in the middle of some sort of program, outreach.
Better question.
Mhm.
What is the outfit of the clergyman?
I believe her colors are crimson red with a yellow trim.
Damn.
But I can double check that.
Please double check that for me, because I have my my fancy clothes that are more just like robes. Remember?
And
I
those are
wonder.
I don't think she has a blue color, but I will double check to make sure.
Zonkiri is going to just quickly bamf Varshi back to him. And he is going to give her the stake and just have her just fly it over. Yeah, obviously, she can't, like, go through the opening with it, even if she could. It's not like she has strength to hammer a stake in the guy's chest.
Right.
But she's just gonna just drop the wooden bit near that little grate.
Okay.
And
She
then wiggle her way back through.
So, the faint, slightly yellow-white color is the kind of color of their main cloaks, and then they have a golden, like full-on golden thread trim to speak to the elevated status they've achieved through beauty.
Okay. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. So we're looking at it from the side. The clergymen are mostly in the front. There's none in the back so far that we've seen, yeah?
You're talking about like behind where there aren't the stairs? Like you don't see any?
The back of the building.
Not particularly. If you circled around there, you would see that there aren't any windows that way either, though, because that's where these stairs come down.
Yes, however, most churches, at least cathedral-esque things, usually have skylights.
True. On the top.
Skylights are their big fucking towers have stained windows and shit in them.
I feel like a cleric devoted to a god of vanity would probably have an auspicious, large stained glass mirror of her, like, posing like victory or justice or Jesus, you know, like one of those.
So you know what I'm talking about? Like the spires? I can't think of what they're actually called. They usually come off on the corners of churches.
Are you talking about minarets of, like, a mosque?
No. Like
Buttress? A flying buttress?
no, like actual like little spires, like fucking not spires. They're like decorative pieces that don't really bear any structural integrity, but usually you see them like little circular stained glass bits.
So I'm putting in general what the general church in mind I'm thinking of is.
Okay.
I don't see what you're describing.
Okay,
Like-
so that church has that front opening then.
Like, perhaps, are you talking like, hang on, something like that?
Yes.
Steeple?
Steeple, yes. Some of the fancy churches
So are you
have them
talking
like on
about-
all four corners.
Okay.
On the right side there. On the right side of that picture. Those.
Okay, so like the bell tower where they would have the bell. And-
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, there's no bell tower.
Okay.
If you can tell me what you're looking to do, I might be able to help guide you through how you want to do this.
So usually a lot, like at least a common thing I've seen in churches, they
Mhm.
have like high up for some ungodly reason. Good pun there, godly. They usually have like these little fucking small, like on the front of that top picture, those like stained glass circular bits, like way up high for whatever reason.
Oh,
That's what
yeah.
I'm looking for.
There is, like the loft above the bell. Like in the first picture where the bell is and then there's that window. They
Yeah.
have that's to let light into the bell area, I think.
Yeah.
So you're looking for
I
something
think.
like that on this? So this doesn't have a bell,
Obviously.
but I think they would have a beacon up top, like a lit, large wax beacon of light. Just kind of to show where the church is, or the temple, or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, so what I want to do here then is I want to go up I want to scale the back of the church where there aren't really any clergymen.
Okay.
And enter through there. Obviously, grab the stake
It will
on the
be
way
a
by.
very hard athletics check to scale up that way, straight up, unless you have anything that helps you climb.
I have my ancient hook tool that you stated would help climb.
Okay, I'll give you advantage on a very hard check.
Don't take the stake. That's for a backup plan.
Oh, okay, never mind then. Take the stake. I thought you were dropping that for me.
No, I'm dropping that in to stake the vampire while you're messing with the people in there.
So you are positioned around the back of the building and are waiting for enough people to be enough of a gap between people walking by to make a book for it. Start hooking onto the stone because they are large stone columns.
So does it have to be
flinging
athletics
yourself.
check, or can I use my acrobatics?
And it says more pure strength to hurl yourself up fast enough than it is clever bouncing back and forth of places. Because this is just it's almost sheer straight up, and it's just you grabbing with your hook tool and yanking yourself up hard and fast before some of the moving clergy people notice you scaling their building. And I'm not having you roll another stealth check because you rolled high enough to keep yourself hidden, but if you fail the roll, you might not only not make it to the top, but might alert them to you and have to hide again.
How tall is the building?
There's about what would that be, like a foot?
Also, Dat, what's your strength score?
9?
So, there's about a foot at the very bottom, which is the sort of top part of that lower foundation area where those little slit windows are that are like 6 inches or so.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's a more solid base above that, which covers where the steps go up. And it is probably about 15 feet tall. It'd be enough to go, let's say it's about 10 feet. It's just a little bit above your head to where you would like jump up and like you could grab the edge of it if you were on the floor. Then there's some columns that go up for a probably about 20 feet. How tall are columns normally? Like in the it's not quite Parthenon height, but
Depends on the church.
it's tall enough to seem grandiose, but not like towering. It's not a super tall building. So I'll say
probably?
we'll round it out to 15 feet. And then there's some lipping, and then it's just a straight horizontal to the beacon area on the roof. So all in all, that's about 25, 26, somewhere between 27 and 25 feet to scale up.
Okay. Do we have any guidance or anything? Bless.
Cleric is back in the lower ring,
I know.
reading his Kindle.
The time for talk is past.
I'm curious what book Karen is reading while this fucking vampire's being murked. Just
Karen?
Real quick, does Ondariel have invisibility?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right.
Wait a minute. I just realized we might being really stupid. Say, Kiri, how tall are you?
About 6'10".
What is your quote unquote armor like? Is it
My
robe?
what?
What is your clothing like? Is it robe like?
I mean, I've got a set of shaft plates, very ornate, with a dark cloak around it.
Will the cloak wrap all the way around you?
Theoretically.
We hide Rat in the cloak. This rat is
Mm.
very small.
I will say it's been about 10 minutes of planning and entering trying to figure out a way into the building. Just sizing it up and trying to find an entry place, and the Barshi's scouting.
Right. How about this? I have another idea.
Okay.
Ondario,
Yes.
go ahead and bounce the two of you down there.
The two of us, not you.
No, I'm out here to cause a distraction.
Oh, okay. She'll put her hand on that rat's head because her shoulder's probably too low, and dimension door.
And you appear in the B1 level of the temple.
Dad is going to immediately start sniffing out.
You both immediately feel a sort of sickness of the ground you're standing on. Except, actually, Dad, you would feel fine as you're type undead now, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's how you rule it, yes.
Yeah, you are not, you don't really feel the sickening as bad as Endegar. You notice it's there, but, Endariel, you'll have
I have a tummy ache.
a little bit. I'll let you know what happens if you make any checks.
I am going to immediately start trying to sniff out the vampire.
Give me a perception check.
At advantage.
I think you also, don't you have a thing in, for being a blood hunter that helps you hunt down undead?
I don't actually think so.
Oh.
I think that's specific blood hunter.
It's the first level ability that lets you hunt down, I think it's fiends and something else, but with 15...
Oh, no. It'd be a survival check, though.
Okay. With a 15, you knock out another 2. You've got 3. You come across and you see... did I describe 2 of them as being sealed already?
No.
You find 2 of them have been sealed airtight and could not have had a mist flow into them.
Okay.
And eliminate them. And you see 3... 1 towards where you came into, 1 towards the stairs towards the B2 level, and 1 around the bend where there aren't any stairs up against the wall.
Let's check the one around the bend.
Alright. Andara, what are you doing while he's doing this?
A rat.
Holding her stomach and waiting for him to find whatever they need to find so she can get the fuck out of here. And trying to keep an eye out to make sure nobody sneaks up behind us.
Oh, that's a good point. The stairs coming down. Darat's gonna consult Endariel for this plan, actually. Darat has caltrops. Let's put caltrops on the stairs.
It's an idea. I mean, they're gonna find out someone was down here eventually. And I'd prefer us not be here when they find out. So go ahead.
Okay, Darat's gonna put caltrops on the stairs then.
You set them up in the way. It takes him about... I'm going to have you hand those to Endariel and have her do them, since you spent the first minute searching around. And then what are you wanting to do after the caltrops?
The coffin around the bend. I want to check that one.
Okay. Do you have a way to pry open the thing? Because it is heavy.
I do have an ancient hook tool.
That's more for lifting you than a crowbar style. Do you have a crowbar? Yeah, like a...
I have an ancient hook tool.
Yeah, burglar's kits usually include them.
I do not have a burglar's kit. I do have Cadril's sever head, though.
See that? That's, well, funny. Will not help you pry it open. It'll be a strength check. I'll let you add 3 to the roll using the hook tool. It is not meant for this not meant for this though. So if you roll a natural 1, especially because it's ancient, you might break it.
Yes. All right. Yeah, 14.
Plus 3 for 17. You move the stone a bit, and there's a sound of stone grating in Dariel that echoes up to you, as this is a stone chamber.
Oh. Noisy.
No way to really open these quietly.
Yeah. Not like she can fucking help.
and you see a rotting corpse. Just, funnily enough, as you're looking on it, you see there's parts of it that have been untouched by rot. Its nose, its cheekbones, its lips. You see the eyes have rotted out, except there's like almost like colored contacts are left behind. But it's all got this sort of...
Somebody got Botox.
Yeah, this is all you piece together. This is all the like cosmetic things that the person wanted from the temple here did not rot with them, and so now you're just seeing all their flaws having been rewritten by this stuff. And
Alright, we'll go check the next one then.
Okay. There's one in front of the stairs, and Andariel's kind of corner peeking, and there's one near her that you haven't ruled out yet.
Go check the one near her next.
Okay. You do start to hear steps down the stairs.
All right, I am going to cast through my staff. Hold. I need to fucking figure out what these spells do.
Only had a week. Or more.
What's their name?
Globe of Invulnerability. I just want to block the hallway.
That prevents any spell of lower than 6 level from affecting anyone inside the
Okay.
dome.
Wall of Force.
That creates an
That'll-
impenetrable, unstoppable barrier for up to 10 minutes that nothing can pass through, in, or out of.
Wall of Force. I
That'll do
thought on the doorway.
This is not quiet. As you
They already know we're here.
Yeah. They heard a noise and came to check, and you fling a vibrating invisible force, I think, is what it is.
Yep.
Wall that jitters back and forth. They hear the noise and come running. You see.
Oh no, the wall itself does not move.
No, the wall is literally just a wall of air, essentially.
Yeah.
It doesn't. You can't tell it's there. Last I knew.
I'm just saying, like, flavor-wise, like thundery, like shaking energy. It's not actually moving. It's just kind of like vibrating, quote unquote. There's no physical thing, just flavor.
Okay.
Pizza's here.
Pizza's
Norman.
here.
Pizza time.
Pizza.
You see that as well. What appears to be a drow with like a candle on a holder coming down to look and see what the ruckus was. Slip on a caltrip, fall into the wall of force, and land horizontal on the caltrips and let out a wail of pain. You have been made. Give me a strength check to pry open the next one.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Hold on a minute. We're gonna put advantage on that one.
For a 18 total using your hook tool. Oof. This was the one near the stairs, the one near Andariel.
One near Dario.
You see arms crossed, a pallid, less like flushed skin vampire.
Is that the same one we were chasing?
Sure is, except they look sallow and
Good for it.
starved.
Rock.
Okay. You item action pull out.
I'm sorry. What were you saying, Connor? I want to hear what you were saying.
See, sometimes I feel like you don't sometimes. I was just gonna pull out. Is this where I put them? Nope. Where the fuck did I put them?
You have no art,
I did have art, and I wanted to pull them out
but why?
because I had these in mind, and
Because we weren't supposed to kill this guy yet.
I don't think he was supposed to exist.
he had art.
Oh,
Well, on that note, rock.
Ooh. Damn.
Oh,
Damn,
sunlight rock in there.
there's just gone. Like, I had a folder that had them in there. There's one labeled Castor Theocracy. Doesn't have them in there. Menagerie, maybe? No. Damn. Okay. Well, fuck me. You open it up. It is I'll describe it as a
He died as he unlived, completely faceless.
God damn. I have the token on another page as I was making them, but here he is. I'll just copy paste him onto the map.
Yeah, it looks like a sunlight rockable face.
Yep. You throw it in. He immediately his
Take his
eyes
arm.
shoot open as his skin begins to burn away. It starts to turn to mist as the mist ignites, and you hear a wail of pain from deep within where his soul would be as his body begins to burn and violently explode. I need a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Swap.
Okay. We'll take half. So 3
Half
fire
of-
damage as he
Okay.
burns away. Maybe should be radiant, but for now fire. Might change that further for them. And in his place, after he leaves, it doesn't take more than 6 seconds for him to fully burn. You do see now there are proper clerics and such coming up and are hurling spells towards you all that get impacted on the wall of force and they're starting to piece together what's going on. If Norvin's still not here,
Are you done, Dad?
Hold on. How long does that wall of force last?
10 minutes.
And their spells really won't do anything to it?
No.
Unless one of them has disintegrate.
Or dispel magic.
And they're all cleric.
Dispel magic does not work against wall of force.
Never mind. Noted.
So, as you finish seeing him burning away, I was just going to describe that you see Daryl giving a look to hurry it up. He burns away,
Yes.
and you see a charred black skeleton with the fangs, and you see these small little red, almost like gems, seem to fall out of his body.
Alright,
Little
I'm going
clumps.
to grab gems and the head. Maybe a couple rib bones.
The head
No,
seemed
that'll
to
make it to where they can track us. Leave those.
Good. Good. His Diablo senses are tingling.
You have the gems in hand. Kind of, it's got also his skin and every organ turned to ash, and they're kind of covered in that in a handful. And you've got the skull in hand, about to pull it free from his body. As Zendariel tells you no. What do you do?
Thinking. Hey, you have the bag of holding, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Whole
Toss them in.
whole skeleton.
We
And
can
the
offer that as a
ashes.
present to our resident necromancer. God, why am I thinking that way now?
Sorry
She
about
just
that.
puts her hand back on his head and poof, they're
Fun
gone.
No, I'm not done yet. We have 10 minutes with the wall of force.
What are you doing?
So I want to take the ashes too. Because
Oh
I believe that would be an alchemical ingredient. Sell that to the hag.
He's gonna snort that shit.
Dad,
I don't believe
Yes?
It'll take you an action for the next round to scoop it all in, and Daryl, you start to like charge up the spell and go to grab him. He like swats your hand, and you hold back, waiting.
We have time. How often do we get to search a fucking clergy basement?
Dude, you hear yelling, "Get the high priestess! They're robbing the graves!" In
please.
Elvish, if either of you understand that.
I do not.
An
Just for
elvish?
just
Give me-
for
Give me an intelligence check and see if you understand what the words high priestess translate to.
I mean, I have undercommon.
It's Elvish. You're like, I think that means high priest when you hear them screaming up a name.
Fine, I want to go check that lower room, but fine, we'll leave.
Are you going to?
No, we don't have time if they're getting the high priestess. God only knows what she has for spells.
Okay.
Level 20. Hello.
And Daryl hooks her arm on yours.
Right before we go, though, I do want to close that coffin back up. The vampire coffin.
It'll be an action to push that back closed, but you can do it, and then
We should be fine.
yeah, you use your last action to close it, and then when initiative gets to her turn, hooks under your arm, dimension door. Is that it? Is that what you all do?
yep.
Where do you dimension door to? 500-foot range from the
As
circle.
close as I can get to Karen and the others as possible.
You apparate right outside the bar you all were staying in. Zunkir, you start to hear screaming, "Get the high priestess!" You speak Elvish, surely.
No.
Really? Oh.
Honor, maybe.
No. But I do have comprehend language going.
Oh. You hear, "Get the high priestess!" They're robbing the mausoleum. You see the flash of Andariel's spell and feel fairly confident they just bamfed out. Also, Varshi, you could look through her eyes and watch that happen.
Yeah, that's basically what Zonkiri's doing.
Yeah.
He just kind of rubs his hands together and goes, "All right, time for chaos."
Oh, please, please, let's.
Shadows roil up to your fingers.
And Zonkiri, this was the backup plan if they couldn't think of a way into the building. Zonkiri is going to summon up a water elemental,
Oh,
which, as you said, uh, can move through a space as narrow as 1 inch wide without squeezing.
true.
As you said, amorphous forms.
True.
Who is going to, slither through the grate.
He's in the basement now.
And as soon as that wall of force comes down, is just going to start wrecking people.
What does he do in the meantime? Just idle? Like fighter game style?
No, just smashing everything inside.
Varshi watches his fist swirl up like a tsunami or a whirlpool and just starts smashing into these stone coffins.
All right.
Throwing
That
shit
takes
against
care
you.
of it.
Do you have him go to every level he can until the 10 minutes goes out?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Do you watch him smash or do you just kind of dip?
Oh, no. He's going to just set him about smashing, and then in front, because, funny enough, the bowl of commanding water elementals does not require concentration. So for his concentration, Zonkiri is just going to flick his wrist and throw out a major image of a solar burning in holy light in front of the church. 20 feet tall, wings spread 20 feet wide, sword of flame, just
Just a fucking
Arc?
unit of angelic energy. You hear the priest start to scream.
Shane, you see that too, right?
See what?
Hark?
Man, just a muscled up dude with a big head or big chest and small head. And good hair. All it takes.
And then you see people begin screaming like, "Oh my god, it's a fucking angel!" Just scattering. You see clergy start flinging, ironically, like guiding bolts at it, and just some of them are scared enough to where it doesn't quite impact. Some of those that would hit just pass through, and there's so much fear being struck in that they don't really notice that it could be an illusion. Hello, Liv.
Hello.
They've got the vampire.
Oh yay!
You see
Congrats.
briefly a figure that looks almost like a bishop level starts gathering up a magic and pulls out a holy symbol. How long do you stick around and watch the chaos?
Yeah, he'd watch it. He loves terrorizing priests.
Just flashing between Varshi and your eyes, just watching a 2-level assault. As the water elemental smashing on the B1, it starts moving its way down to B2. It gets down to the bottom of the stairs, and you hear a loud as you hear people crossing in. They have broken the wall of force before it gets there. And you see a crossing over at the top of the stairs. A series of acolytes kind of taking up position with guiding bolts starting to charge. And a woman with a large headdress, much like the art on the front of the, kind of like I think it's Zeri. I can't pronounce the name, so I can't give the example. Just a large headdress covering her eyes and nose, revealing her mouth, that extend out to have a 7-pointed candelabra glowing off of it, and just like 8 glowing eyes with like an infernal, sickening yellow staring down at your elemental as she raises her hand and turned to steam from all the guiding bolts and whatever she unleashed on him. Just Varshi, I'm assuming, is like stuffed up in a corner and like chilling out.
Yeah. She's just a bat in a cave.
You then see the yelling. Sitting, what would be the next round? High Priestess casts a spell, disappears, reappears on the steps, looks at the illusion. Dispelled.
What?
Dispels the magic on the illusion. She spends her action to do the investigation check. Then, it is just a third level illusion, right? Third level major image, or did you upcast it?
It doesn't matter.
Oh.
What's she roll?
For
her check.
To know that it was an illusion.
Are you talking about to dispel it, or
no, to tell that it's an illusion?
You can roll it now. I was just going to have her identify as a fairly intelligent and powerful individual.
But she can roll low. He said.
Okay. What is the DC? I'll humor this along, and fate will probably humble me.
My spell save, so DC 16.
Get humbled!
Damn.
What was that about being humbled?
Foul
anything
tarnish!
about last session where that guy couldn't land a hit? Do you remember any of that?
God damn.
I don't know why you always try to
And you
tempt fate.
still be talking shit?
Buddy,
You're insane.
stand from a DM perspective, you just want to move it along, but damn, you there's so many flags I can't see your face.
Well,
so,
damn.
Her knowing that a full-on Solar is staring down on her in all its righteous fury, does she pee herself or shit herself?
Show me what passes for fury amongst your misbegotten
Roll a
time.
D3.
Her.
One is piss, two is shit, three is both.
That's it. Creature.
Oh, we could
Three
change
is
the
pass out.
D4.
Now,
Do a shit.
Though her physical demeanor is largely hidden, you see all the candles on her headdress get blown out. Just
Took the wind out of her.
Yep. You watch for a minute as she beckons everybody inside, and they kind of hold down like a storm's about to hit, and then wait for the Solar to come crashing through their fucking building.
But
why is the Solar token just Fabio? Hang on.
That's what they look like.
They're all Fabio?
Yes.
Yeah. Every single one.
What do you think Palor looks like?
Giga Chad? I don't know.
He has no visible face.
Anyway, Sunkiri, you were saying.
But in Primordial, as they are fleeing back into the temple, the Solar's, or one of the Solar's wings turns black as the sword erupts into half black, half white fire, as in Primordial it calls out, what would be the best way to phrase this?
Yep. Guaranteed.
What are you saying, Byro?
Nothing. I exist on a different planar now. I'm drinking like a monster.
I can't fucking believe this goddamn natural one. I even called it. I was like, the universe is probably going to humble me here. That one.
And it did. You underestimate the power of Valkyrie.
Yes, I did. I'm just going to do a hand wave, like establish a fairly cool NPC or powerful one. No, fuck it. Nat one. Gut punched.
DMs don't know how to have nice things.
You talking shit?
Fucking mad shit from somebody with a nat 1 range.
Okay, I figured it out. Your actions have displeased the dead lich.
Oh,
Be warned, should you do so again. Neither heaven nor hells shall stand between you and him. And then in
Roll
a
intimidation.
burst,
Mhm.
in a burst of necromantic fire, the solar, visibly painfully so, burns to nothingness in that black fire as the messenger was sent. The messenger is no longer needed. The messenger is now dead.
Ooh. Roll intimidation at advantage for that fucking metal image. You might have made an impression on the yeah. They're thoroughly
so
fucking quaking.
what's going on?
You know, just to add insult to injury.
Oh, you thoroughly so shake it you put doubt in the mind of the high priestess for a moment. You just see like a crack in the foundation of the building appear as a representation of all these acolytes suddenly being shook. Just
Zankiri's exactly. Zankiri's like smiling as he's like walking away. He just kind of puts his hand in his phone and goes, "Ah, damn it, I did it again." He goes full Urkel. Why is it always me?
I do that.
But yeah, strolling away with his two skeletons, he'll start heading back toward the party, having announced the return of the dead lich.
God. And you hear, even faster than your stroll, you hear like news traveling, people with messaging spells trying to like alert the guards are starting to swarm that way. Like word is traveling.
It's that one image from every like, oh god, he really is a supervillain. It's when the supervillain sets off a bomb and everyone's running toward it, and they're just calmly walking
Yeah.
through the rush in the other direction.
That's exactly what's happening. They're all coming to see what the fuck just happened, and you're just like Joker from the hospital, just.
Dreams are made.
You come up to the gate, and there is a sparse amount of people there. If you just tell them to let you through, or just kind of point at the gate and yell something in a language, they open it and let you through to the lower level.
Yeah.
And then close it behind you, and then you see like the poor level, a very stark contrast. Nothing changes on this side. It's been contained so far. And you regather with your group in about 2-3 minutes it takes you to walk that way.
Oh,
And you all.
I just realized something too. If they start looking into that, they're gonna find a dead lich.
Which one?
Not the one in the city.
Oh no. I think, did you start like a cult?
It's the one from Dom's setting that Connor blew up.
No. The real boy now.
Oh shit.
Well, best of luck if they try and contact him, holy people, and try and ask for his mercy. Best of luck to them. They'll need it. Faith will have no power, so hope's all they have.
What did we do to displease you? Contacted me. Then I creates them all.
Yeah. I mean, if you hear news of a local temple being attacked in Gelazorn in the future.
But, that was awesome.
Jesus. So,
but much like with this plan, Connor being able to come up with, you very much underestimate Zankiri. We already know reality bends and breaks to his whim,
and I hate it. But so, Liv, he made a major illusion of a solar to spook the fuck out of the temple to a devil, and he did
The
really
wax
good at it.
lady?
Yeah, and he did really good at spooking.
He's
the
good
fuck
at
out of them.
everything he does.
Yeah, and the when that one I was mentioning, I just kind of hand waved. It was like, yeah, she's a smart NPC, and there's a lot of people here. Somebody will suss out that it's an illusion. And they were like, "What'd she roll?" It's like, "Okay, sure, I'll roll it. I'll humor it. The universe probably humor here in a second."
No, I saw that.
Yeah,
I was like right after I came in.
you're pretty
That was
much caught
beautiful.
up then. So not even 30 minutes later, after you all send the group out, you see Indariel and Dat coming back up, and then 10 minutes of him strolling and watching the chaos later, Zonkiri strolls up, smiling, I'm sure, ear-splittingly.
He's got his bad smile on.
So, you all regroup and relay that yes, you killed the vampire and his bones are in the bag in the room with you.
Wait, do you got the bones?
And the ashes.
Oh. Do you mind if I have those?
Maybe I was planning to attempt to use them to help get partly out of my deal for coming back to life, you know? However, what is your plan with them?
Well, one of the components I'm going to need for something in the far future are bits of a vampire. Back in my homeworld, it was blood, although I don't think vampires here in your world have blood, so ashes or
It did
bones
have
probably
blood.
work.
It did have blood before we killed it the first time.
I don't think that was its blood.
Oh, I do not know then.
But yes, I think a little bit of the ash would work well.
You can have a little bit of the ash. That is fine.
All right. All I need now is a few giant moth reproductive glands and a couple of dead babies.
Oh, I can get you the dead babies easy.
The rest of the party just watches this happen.
Pardon? No, no, no.
The moth, on the other hand, I'm not sure where to find those.
Yeah.
Humanely sourced dead babies.
Yes, humanely sourced.
What?
As in they died from childbirth or something, dummy.
Yes, they died during childbirth.
Or they died in other natural. Oh my god, why am I with you people?
What services? You know what? Hang on.
Everybody's sitting their Kindles down and started to tune into the conversation.
Listen. No, listen. It's
Yeah,
humane.
I had a spit take on
It's humane. The child dies during childbirth.
No, from natural
Did you
causes.
shank the child
And being
through
murdered is not natural.
Hi, YouTube. We here to dissect the children do not.
Lord.
Yes, during
I can already-
childbirth, it's completely natural.
I'm going to go get me some water.
Well, I'm
Okay, so before we all end up having coronaries or aneurysms, I don't actually need 3 dead babies.
Oh.
Just one?
No, technically 2 of them. The other one just has to be a virgin.
Oh, that's easy. We have Andariel here.
I would like to ask Shane to make a wisdom save to avoid blushing. Not actually, you don't have to. Just wanted to make a joke.
12.
I'll let you interpret that how you want. So I'm assuming you do a mission.
I don't know
debrief.
how I'm hating the rat more than the necromancer. But it's happening.
What can I say? I grow on people. Like a fungus.
No. You grow people, not grow on people.
Did we both say like a fungus?
You did.
Yes, we did.
God. They're just like each other.
Hey, DM. For killing the vampire, do we level up?
No.
Fuck.
What was the CR level of that vampire?
stock would be 13.
That wasn't
technically.
stock.
At level 7.
What you
Well,
all,
what we faced, or what they faced, was stock.
yeah. What it should have been more, but whoopsies.
We still murked a fucking CR-13's level 7.
Yeah.
With
GG.
not even half the party.
GG.
With 3 people.
You did very good. I'm very proud of you.
I'd say 2.5. I think Pyro
Oh,
only got like one
sorry, I forgot to
guiding
mention
bolt
one
off.
more thing appears when he drops. His Castergian Arbiter Gauntlet, which you could have
We
also
definitely
grabbed.
that. That's
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
we
bag of
fucking
holding.
took that.
Yeah. The gems, the ash, the bones, that's everything that should have been left behind. Everything else that was just like items on him got incinerated when his body exploded.
Shame.
Karen,
He went to go get water.
He went to go get water.
okay, because she
Yeah.
wants to talk to him about that gauntlet, because that's staying in the fucking. And Zankiri, what are the chances that they'll be able to track us through the bones of the vampire and the ash of the vampire?
Wouldn't they need a piece of him to start with to track us?
Not very. I mean, technically speaking, if they knew we were somewhere within 1,000-foot radius, they could do that. Though, if they knew we were in a 1,000-foot radius, that we're kind of already found.
But as long as they stay in the bag, we can't be tracked that way, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
As far as magic is concerned, there's an infinite distance between one space and an extra dimensional space, or the space across a planar border.
Hmm.
All right,
Okay.
back to our original plan. Then we need to go find the other rat,
Yes, we do.
which I do believe is still the same night. So the rat should still be in the same spot.
He is still overdosed on his side at the club you saw him at, as far as you know. It has only been 20 minutes since you last saw him, more or less, start frothing at the mouth and be turned over.
It is, however, at more or less the end of the day.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm going to be effective in any type of combat, I need an hour break.
I've more or less tapped everything I had finding him, so.
And you need 8 hours.
And I believe Karen's missing most of his things as well, yes.
All right, we'll start over again tomorrow.
Okie dokie.
Actually, no, they had the assassin right there. Good chance. Is there any opposition to that rat going and scouting out the area and just trying to keep a general eye on from afar,
Yes.
other than Endario?
That depends. Can you assure us that you're not going to engage them?
Or find something shiny and decide that you absolutely positively have to have it.
And how shiny.
Yes, I object.
I think
And
as long as he doesn't engage anything and sticks to keeping an eye on where our target ends up going in the morning, should be fine.
Do we know what the range is on Karen's messaging spell is?
Yes. That is the range, yes.
Ah, okay.
Although it would be much easier if someone who could cast it at will were to do it instead.
Do we have
Well,
anybody to do that?
I technically can. You just have to inscribe your name in my book.
Give book.
She's gonna look at
Think
the
of it
three.
like a think of it like a leash, Orin.
I suppose. She's gonna look down at it. The 3 names in her book. Okay, definitely not getting rid of that one. That one stays no matter what. and she's going to wipe out a name, present it to Dat Rat. Just write your name there.
Yes. Dat Rat pulls out a knife.
Well, closes the book and smacks you on the head with it. No,
I put my name in there.
you use a ink quill,
What's
not
that?
blood. She'll just
Morgana,
pull one out and hand it to you. Just sign your name with this.
Morgana has a pen of scribing for some reason.
Dat Rat draws a rat.
Note to self. Create a cursed pen that uses the user's blood.
Okay, Dolores Umbridge.
Is that how you write your name?
What do you mean?
What language is that in?
Rat?
Just a picture of
Uh,
a rat.
Why don't you just test it out to see if
She's good. That's what she was gonna do. She tests it out and writes a message to Dat. Are you getting this?
Roll me a d20, Dom.
High or low?
Hi.
Damn it.
Oof.
You get paged through Andariel. Hello. Who is this? You're speaking to Dat.
Obviously not Dat Rat.
Yeah, no, it's like a proper, like, sounds like an educated rat folk, just also named Dat.
Oh God.
I drew the wrong rat. My bad.
Oh, okay. Just never mind. I'll just.
No. Keep.
She deletes it. She erases it, and she's gonna write the name herself this time.
No.
Would you like to try and cast sending through that once you write his name?
Yes.
You hear an echo as you send the message to yourself, and the name shifts to Andariel.
Why would it do that?
The creature has to write the name of their own accord.
No, it doesn't.
I'm pretty sure, doesn't it say? You can cast a target.
You must write the oh no, you must write the message. Okay. With the permission of a creature can use its its action. Just kind of
that makes the fact that he managed to write someone else's name in it even weirder.
Yes.
She rubs her face. Dat. Just write your name in common.
What's that?
She writes his name again, shows it to him. Just write your name exactly like that. That's how you write your name in common. Okay?
Sure.
Do you do that, Dat?
Yes.
Do you recognize this as your name, or is your name really just the little mouse drawing you did?
It really is the little mouse drawing. That is what Dat believes.
Okay.
Damn it.
She's gonna test it again.
Static.
Please hold.
The individual you're trying to contact does not exist.
Dat.
Please
Yes?
hang up and try again.
I did what you asked. What do you want from me?
That's your name. Why isn't it working?
Competence.
Because I tried to write my name earlier, but I must have missed something. Let me do it again.
Erase. Presents book to him. There you
That
go.
rat will draw another rat, but this time with a little piece of warpstone on it.
You cast the spell again, Dario?
She will cast it again and see if he can get it.
What do you say?
Like
Dat.
enhance his ability to write his own name.
His artistic ability gets slightly better.
Dat, please tell me that's how you write your name, and you got this correct this time.
Insight check.
Uh-huh.
Dat, you hear in your head. Dat, please tell me that is your name. It does connect.
Ah, yes, I got it right this time.
Hey, I'm teaching Morgana Thieves Can't. Perhaps I should teach you how to read and write common.
Behold.
Are you up for that, Dat?
That sounds brain.
You don't strike me as dumb, just uneducated.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start teaching you common then.
I'm mildly curious. What's your score?
What is your intelligence?
10.
That's average.
So, completely capable of learning how to read and write common.
Yeah.
Pardon me, I was just a lab rat.
You are fluid in writing in rat hieroglyphics.
Shut the
Okay.
fuck up.
And now, Morgana, why are you reading this book on Genie? On the Jinn?
Travis looks at it. You left it here. We just wanted to read it.
You can. I'm not going to stop you. You can hold on to it until you're done reading it.
She'll look at it again and just pull it back and just hold on to it.
Alrighty. So you have my book on the Jinn now.
Morgana, give me an intelligence check to just generally read over the book while she was gone.
Okay.
And let me know if there's anything in particular you wanted to read in about. I'll say this. I'm pretty sure, Daryl, this was a part. I said it was. Did I say it was one on general genie things or one on specifically Jinn?
Specifically Jinn.
Okay, so it's like book 3 out of a 4-part or 5-part series rather. Excuse me.
Yeah. She's yet to be able to find one on her specific type.
So this is the fire one. Then, are you saying this was the
Yes.
Ifrits? So an Ifrit, not a genie or a Jinn. Because a Jinn is the air elemental one. The Ifriti.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
A Jinn is the air elemental. A Dao is the earth elemental. A Marid is the water elemental.
Okay, no,
and
then
Ifrit
it is the wind one that you're reading about. It is. Giasa, you're pretty much reading about.
Yeah. So you read about, even with innate intelligence, you read a little bit about there's like a hierarchy and an evolution to becoming a genie. There's rites and sort of religious ceremonies that involve you ascending elemental energy, forming a conscious mind, enforcing the will of the elements around you to form your body, etc. Most of it goes over your head. There's like a fold out middle page of like some famous lines.
It has a centerfold.
It does, of like a genealogy line, pun not intended, but accepted. And you just carry on, and you just get a general vibe. They're powerful elemental creatures with an affinity for creation. I'll say conveniently, the chapter that's open, the page you were getting to when she got here, is titled Punishments. Is the name of the chapter. So you've got a vague idea on some genie things. So, do you all do anything with the skeleton? Karen, are you here
I
yet?
think we should leave the bag until
I'm here.
Somebody wanted to
until
talk
we're
to you about
out
something.
of this town.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
And Karen.
Yeah.
She's going to describe the gauntlet. Do you know what that is?
You have
So
more
describing
flashbacks of the Arbiter Gauntlet.
The Arbiter Gauntlet.
The one that has 2 flick out needle
do
blades.
they have it or just describe
It's in the bag, but she's describing
It's
it
in
to
the
you
bag.
without
She's
taking it out.
she's not going to take it out of the bag.
Okay. When you describe it, he gets a very withering look. That is the so-called calling mark of the Arbiters. They typically find that on dead political dissidents.
Oh, well, we have one now.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Did you want to do something with it, or is it just something...
Frankly, I want to break it and be angry at it, but that's just me. Honestly, it would do better for Datrat or one of the more dexterous fighters, I think that would be the best combat use of it. They're really just.
Oh my god! I just realized. Keep going.
We could
Yes,
sell this
Ezio?
to the sightless one. She may want it.
Have you looked at the gauntlet on the interior yet?
No.
No, we dropped it in the bag and we
Okay.
haven't touched it since.
However, I now want a gauntlet weapon.
Well, honestly, give me a few weeks with it, and I can make it so they won't be able to track it.
The gauntlet, or
Okay, I mean, I know Karn has issues with it, but if it increases our
It's also
combat
made
capacity,
for vampire arms, and I can't fit my meaty digits in there.
It fits my hand in there.
So, let me know when if you reach in the bag and look at it or anything.
Dad now wants to look at it.
so what would happen if I went into my gym and reached into the bag of holding?
I'm gonna say Giasa helps you by locking the bag when you go in there.
Okay.
To avoid, astral planing yourself, the bag just locks with a little bit of patron fiat. You're just like, okay, this is staying in here.
Okay,
More or less putting a bubble around it to disrupt the inversion thing.
But if I pulled it out and then went into the gym very quickly, I'd be fine.
If you yanked the gauntlet out and then went in, yeah, you'd have the gauntlet, and then the bag would just close itself and stay with you. But you have also already used your ability for the day.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm pretty sure you can also reach in to the bag, like lean forward and just like lean in.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Never
No.
mind. Okay.
I mean, Karen, would you like to go look at it? I mean, you'd have 10 minutes to look at it before we have to pull you back out.
I want to look at it.
No.
Look at the.
By the way, Dad, what did you do with the gems that you found?
They also went in the bag of holding. Everything went in the bag of holding.
Okay.
So, you're wanting me to go look at the.
Climb to the bag of holding and look at all this
I
stuff.
am just suggesting something, Karn. You don't. It's a yes/no answer.
Yes, I want to see it. I won't do anything to him. I just want to see it.
You climb in.
All right.
Yeah.
You drop down into the rubber membrane of the bag, and you are you are imminently close to the vampire skeleton because of the nature of the bag. It is almost spooning you level close.
I glare at it.
You see its vacant, dead eyes.
I maneuver just enough to flip it off.
You do what?
I maneuver just enough to flip it off.
You do so.
Yes. All right.
You're kind of standing on some ash of the vampire. You have dark vision, right?
Yeah.
You do see some small, hard, solid things in the. If the bag's open, will light go through?
No.
Okay,
Also, things in the bag don't touch each other.
Interesting.
The rules for it had gotten changed dramatically. It used to just be a big bag on the inside.
That's how I was picturing it.
Other editions literally have it just open up into like a stone room.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with the rubbery sack image of it because it's just a big bag, and it explains why the weight thing is a problem, at least for this bag.
Yeah.
But they aren't crunched up enough that they would damage each other. So you see its body and you see these little solid pieces in the ash down below. You wanted to reach and pick one up.
Yeah.
It just feels like some sort of crystal. You can't see color because dark vision, but it's a solid mass of something. And you do see the gauntlet down at the bottom too.
I'll grab the gauntlet. I'm holding the gems. I'm not.
You can root it out. There's only 6 or 7 of them. Just the various sizes. Yeah.
Okay. The hell? And there... They described what happened down there, right? Like that the skeleton,
It burned away, and this was
guy-
all that was left. Yes, you were given a mission debrief.
Can I make a religion check? To
You
see
sure
if
can.
I know anything about gems dropping out of fucking vampires.
Go ahead.
Hee-haw, opening sheet for the first time. Oh no, it's up here. Right. Okay. Religion. Haha, I'm so smart. Oh, shit. Shiak Kazing!
Anybody have anything they want to use? This is an intelligence check, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, somebody dropped one
Guess
for
not.
you.
Thank you, whoever that was.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ratman.
So with the 20, at first, thematically, as a 10, you're trying to think of if this was like currency or just loot that was just strong enough to endure the heat, and then you remember, in a very sinking feeling, what makes Casturgian vampires different from regular ones.
Oh fuck!
There is a deific ichor inside their blood that weakens or suppresses the vampire weaknesses. And you look at these gems, and they just, as you hold them together, they remerge into a small little ball that has a realistic face of the vampire you killed.
Ew, 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 ew. Gross. I'll grab the gauntlet, like, ew, gross. Just like, it almost like rub my hand with the gauntlet, ew, gross, gross, gross.
It says you look in, you see that there are blades on the inside of the gauntlet that inject into the vampire's arm that would make a direct line from the needle blades into their system.
Oh, they can suck through the fucking gauntlet?
Mm-hmm.
Nasty.
And do you want to know why Connor face palmed earlier?
Why?
Do you know what that requires to do an infusion on a weapon?
Oh my god. Hey, that!
That one.
You can have after he's done with it. As Karen comes scrambling out of the bag, like he drops the stuff back in there. It's like gross. All right, you guys know those gems, all right?
Yeah.
No. I mean, they're
So-
gems.
What
Worth
gems?
money.
No, they're not exactly gems. No.
They're blood gems.
Oh, you're only half right, Dat. That's like it's his how do I say
Currency?
super vampire blood.
Ah.
I told you about the ichor that makes them able to give the middle finger to your average vampire weaknesses. So that's them. That's that, and it touched my hands, and I'm grossed out
Hey, and Daryl, can I see the bag holder really quick?
No.
now.
Please?
No.
When we get out of this city, I will give you the gems because I don't want them in my fucking bag.
Hey, well, I want the gems. I want my skeleton. I want the ashes.
Yes, you will get everything when we're
Okay.
out of this godforsaken city.
Okay, fine.
I don't even like the gods.
That's nothing new.
No comments from the clergyman.
Karen, remind me what your... Never mind.
Okay,
Forget I said anything.
I will.
So what are you all doing now? Long rest, short rest, diving after Drak?
I think we're doing a short rest, so...
They are going to do a short rest. I'm going to go scouting.
Interesting.
That's, I believe, how we decided that.
I thought we were doing a long rest and he was scouting.
Yeah, because Carrie and Karen need a long rest for their stuff back.
Either way, I'm pretty sure we decided I was going scouting.
Okay. As per last time, it'll be a stealth and an athletics check to...
It was acrobatics last time.
Okay, it'll be acrobatics this time. You'd find like spikes on the walls, like that you were able to like pirouette off and spin
All
and
right,
flip.
let's see. Stealth.
Give me a
At
stealth
advantage.
to cross over.
Bonk. Ew, that's not that great.
I'm gonna say 16. And give me that
Yeah.
acrobatics check.
Bonk. 21.
DC 20, by the way, to scale this wall usually.
Mhm.
You hurl your way up and over without alerting anyone, and slide your way back down to the other end. 16 stealth. Okay. And you have. I'm going to go ahead and move your token onto the map.
I want to re-up my stealth.
You don't think you've broken your stealth, so there is no re-rolling it. I found where I put their art. I had a combat tab ready for the next time you all made them appear. So that.
Well, we made him disappear.
Mm-hmm. You've crossed in.
That's Dad's signature, huh?
You sure is. At least that's what I drew as he was describing it.
No, I was picturing like a full like rat, like not just the head, like the full rat, not like a humanoid rat, like a rat.
It's in a rat race called life.
Stop drawing, more DMing.
Anyway, you as like a 1,200 feet ish, interloping through cities and such. So to get there, that's what, for 40 rounds.
It's like 20 minutes.
Yeah. So a 20-minute trek that you half about. And everybody else takes a short rest in the room they paid for.
Long rest, pretty sure.
Yeah. Isn't that what I said?
You said short.
No, you said short rest.
Long
No,
rest,
you
my bad.
said short.
My bad. Long rest in the room you all bought. No issue comes out of it. You complete your long rest. Dat, you are poised 8 hours later. It's still at the position. Give me a perception check to watch for the guy being moved. Dat. Dat.
Well, I just completely blanked out there. Sorry.
I said give me a perception check to watch for the guy that you're trailing being moved as you're like Batman on a ceiling or a roof perch.
Perception check. Anyone have advantage?
For wisdom?
Mm-mm.
Sorry.
Let's see. I mean, I have only two.
There's one.
Natural 20.
Does
Yes.
anyone want a strength check one? Just to ask. I got 2.
Okay.
I already got
one.
I'll take it.
And Daryl will take it.
Here,
Let Daryl have it.
whoever wants it.
No, don't let Daryl have it.
Such a waste. So you watch about 4 hours in. You see he starts stumbling out of the bar, covered in like. You see he's bleeding from his nose. And there's like red powder still on his little nub. And you see he's like staggering, like leans up against a wall. You see some invisible creature punts him hard in the backside and keeps him moving. And you just continue with the 24 following him until he makes his way back into crossing to the lower area into Rogue's Village.
Okay.
And you are hiding outside of what appears to be it almost looks like an abandoned prison in that it doesn't seem to be holding any prisoners. But you do see that there are a series of red uniformed individuals walking around who just kind of roll their eyes as Drak walks by as he enters into the compound of the Shaderunners.
Storm vermin?
You can choose to believe what you want to believe, but
We
you
are
have
doomed!
for the last bit of the natural 20, you are certain he has not left the building when the long rest concludes. Also, give me stealth as with still at advantage because you're in darkness.
Bank.
Yeah, 25. Nobody spots you out while you're watching. You are in your element, and everybody finishes their long rest. Did you all want to pay the barkeep? I think he charged you like 6 gold. I think it was less than that actually. I believe he charged you per person. I can go back and look, but are you all getting the room again?
Might as
Do we
well.
need to? Sure.
Just better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
You guys didn't end up using that potion of supreme healing, did you?
No, I
But
still
it
have
is
it.
still on deck.
Good to have back, or do you want it?
Yeah, it
just
still
on
has
you?
it.
All right, go ahead.
If you want it back, you'll have to ask that.
Okay.
By the way, before the long rest, mind if I hand something to Karen?
Sure, go ahead.
So yeah,
Yeah.
before the long rest, I decide to go see Karen, and I hand him a steel ring.
I look at it slowly and I look back up Silver. Silver untouched, really.
Don't think of it that way. It's a infusion of mine. I know that we usually get in some tight situations. You're
Yeah,
our
that'd be
only
great.
healer, and Andariel can regen off of short rest. So
Mhm.
I'm giving you a ring of rejuvenation, a spell rejuvenation. You can get one up to 3rd level spell slot back using this ring,
Ooh.
and it recharges every
Ooh.
day, every morning.
The spell refueling ring.
Yeah, spell
Wow.
refueling.
This is really nice. But there's
Nice.
just one hitch. Do I have to attune to this?
Sadly, yes. If not, if you have to attune to it, and you don't have any attune spots, I could hand it to someone else.
Look, I'm touched, really. But I'm already crying because I spent so much, all of my money on this fucking flail. And I had to unattune to it so I could walk around in this godforsaken hellhole. My other two items are kind of required.
Flick's hat of disguise.
I got the Hat of Skies. I got the what am I hell attuned to? The Hat of Skies. The
book you just got. From...
yeah, the Book of Devout. He who. Which it's a was it a +1?
I think it was +2. Is what you have.
Make sure I actually switch that because I still just have the amulet mandatory. Anyway,
They will not stack, by the way.
yeah, and
Okay.
I figured I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever. And then I've got the sunlight thing. This is amazing, but this might be served better for someone else.
I mean, you usually are the one that's running out of spell slots with us needing to get healed. That's why I thought it was best for you.
I have nothing to put it on. I am sorry,
Damn.
comrade.
Well, I guess I'll go hand it off to Andariel. She'll probably like it.
Yeah.
And Ariel, don't you have a pearl of power?
She tried to hand off to me as well.
Yeah, you do.
Does the Pearl of Power act as
It is literally the same thing.
She has exceeded her 3rd level.
I'm
slot
also
cap.
attuned to 3 things already.
Can you just combine them like through some chicanery and create a fucking thing for
I
her?
mean, I can unattune to the Pearl of Power and attune to the
That would do nothing.
So you go to turn her, looks down the list of other casters.
Look at other casters. Well, I guess I have to.
Yeah. Where did it bring you? Back to me.
I'll go hand it to Zankuri if he wants it.
What is this?
Aster of last resort.
It's a spell rejuvenation ring. Allows you to get up to a 3rd level spell slot, and it recharges every morning.
Oh,
And that would help
interesting.
him with his undead, because anime dead
Wait.
levels.
This doesn't require attunement, does it?
Please, please, God, tell me.
Yes, it does.
Oh.
You
Are-
don't tell me
Thank
you're full of
you.
humans.
Zunkiri just, quietly puts it in his bag, looking off.
If you're, if
Insight, my
you're
boy.
full of attunements, I'll take it. I don't have anything attuned to me.
Brother.
Actually, neither do I. I'm just messing with you. I had the entire conversation you guys were having.
Glorious.
The only actual, let's see, I have a, yeah, no, I don't actually have any items tuned to me.
Good. So here's a free spell slot for you.
Thank you. Is it
I've-
stable?
Unless I decide to turn it off, yes.
Oh.
Question above board if this ever comes up. Can you have that item, like a ring of spell restoration, as well as a pearl of power tuned at the same time?
You could. They're technically separate
Yeah.
items, so they do the same thing.
I'm asking for a metal-clad skeleton friend of mine.
Technically, they're different magic items, though they
Thank
do the
you.
same thing.
Thank you. Look out for next Sunday, Liv. We'll go
Where
shopping.
is my character? I'll just
Yeah, that's if I let you have it.
I'll just
Oh, no.
post what
That's also-
the
Relax.
item is.
It also requires Bellum to give up an infusion to somebody else, and good luck getting Connor to
Buddy,
do that.
comrade, best friend of mine, I forgive you for everything.
Nice try. Connor
So,
is the
this is
weight behind greed here. So
if you just need the info on it.
Thank you. I'm sure this will come in handy.
alrighty. So you all have roused from your long rest after the handing off a ring. You all took your naps. Is there anything you all wanted to do? Buying back the room, I'll say charges you. I think I had him do 5 silver a person last time. I honestly cannot remember what the price was, but I think,
Let's go with 5 silver and leave it there.
yeah.
All right, so we've got 1 silver. We're going to find the other 4.
Funny. Are we all sleeping in a single room, or we have separate rooms?
Would you have bought a separate room?
Yes.
Then you have a separate
But
room.
was there rooms available?
Yes. I think he said there were 3 available.
Okay.
But if you wanted to force somebody out, you can give him a gold for the rent and forcing somebody out, and he'll give you their room. His Underdark.
All right, well. See you all in 8 hours.
So, long rest concludes. You wake up.
Got a headache from all that.
Damn.
Preaching to the choir on that one.
What do you all want to do once you wake up?
As soon as we wake up, Zonkiri is going to go to Andariel and say, if you would, in a few moments, can you take the gauntlet out of the bag?
What for?
I'm going to cast a mask upon it that will prevent it from being detected.
Oh, okay, yes. Let me know when you want me to pull it out.
About 5 seconds from now. And Zonkiri just immediately starts chanting off the spell.
And the hand goes, out comes the gauntlet.
Zonkiri will slap it with a magic aura, And essentially just put a false aura around it so that it appears as something else.
Mask specifically, I'm assuming. Oh no, that was a specifically mutual. It can do
It's
it.
false aura.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It is cloaked magically for the next
Alright.
24 hours.
She'll put it back in the bag. I'll give it to Dat when we see him. You just got to remember to keep casting that on it for the next. How long?
Month.
Month. Okay, cool.
So,
Well, I have to locate Dat, don't I? She pulls out her book, writes in it, Dat, where are you?
where are you? It's related to
Yeah,
you.
I am in the rogues' village, outer wall.
All right, Rogue's Village. Here we come. He's in the Rogue's Village. We
I
are
seem to be
on
in-
our way directly to Dat.
What was the message you sent
hey.
back?
Target appears to be in rundown former prison. Many guards do not seem to be city guards. Storm vermin.
Click.
What's a storm?
Her after reading that, her head kind of just pops up and, what the hell's a storm vermin?
Oh, I got that reference.
A single cloud floating above that for his Skaven references.
Well,
Middle finger
he
to the cloud.
Lightning
is
starting to
in the
crackle.
Rogue's Village.
Parentheses elite soldiers.
At an abandoned prison.
Yep.
All right, sounds like the perfect place to kidnap somebody.
Yes. Shall we go?
Yep.
Oh, he is guarded as well by non-city guards. Not that I've seen any city guards in this place. Let's go.
You have at the gates, but not in the poor sector. So,
Yep.
And as they're walking, she's just going to write in the book to Dat, on our way.
No response from that.
You let it go silent and click. You pass through the pedal guard region fairly easily. You just kind of avoid the more brambly looking parts. You're good. You cross into the Shade Runers district. And you start to approach where you've been told the place is since you bought your map.
Yeah, we'll throw a pebble at them when they get close to his building.
Katira would definitely see it.
Yeah, we'll throw a pebble at them when they get close to his building.
You just beat Katira's passive perception. I think no, she has a 21. Never mind. I keep thinking she has a 24. You alert them without giving away your position, and they spot you. Is there anything everyone wanted to do on the trek over? Oh no, her audio. It's broken.
No, it's 21.
You are coming in very robotically.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Her audio. It's broken.
So,
It's so
is there anything
nice.
anybody wanted to do on their way over
Nice.
while Liv fixes her audio?
No.
No.
Do I still need look at creature? Prepared.
I don't think so, no.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and switch that up. Well, I'm in my list.
Okay.
You're going to look directly at Zankari, get a shit-eating grin on her face, and go, are there any spells you'd like me to prepare?
Invisibility.
I don't know. What do you have?
She just kind of sighs, and I'm a warlock. I don't prepare spells. I have all my spells. It was a joke.
Oh, I didn't assume you were that disabled.
Yeah. Trying to be friendlier. Trying to be friendlier. Failing, but trying.
It's gross.
Shit.
We're gonna have Pat and Dario on the back.
Thank you.
And you all come up later into a compound When abandoned prison is what you think it is probably listed on the front, but you see a series of red armored plate mail guards walking about. The barred windows. It looks like it's a place that would be besieged. You see that there are watchtowers. There are. Give me a perception check if you're wanting to suss out everything about this place. You all are kind of just on the street passing by it. Mm-hmm. 15, 9,
23.
23? Oh, yeah, it was a Varshu.
Hershey.
So you spot out.
Can she also give me assistance on all my checks too?
Afraid not. She's always busy, conveniently, when you ask for help. No, Karen, no. No. God damn it. With a 23, you do spot out Zankiri. Among these other guards, you do see a few arcane casters on these watchtowers. Specifically, like arrow slits. You spot out, like, as you're passing by, you get the image of somebody in there with a staff just watching everyone go by, waiting to cast some spells that require line of sight. While being...
They have murder holes.
Yeah, while being in essentially full cover. It's much more than 3/4 cover, and I think it still counts as 3/4 cover unless it's fully blocked.
Yep.
But
that's one of those things where sharpshooter is like, yeah, you thread that needle.
Yeah. So in world lore, they're as covered as they can be while still having line of sight, but they still only count as 3/4 covers.
How big is this compound?
Each of the watchtowers are fairly small, and they're about 30 feet out from the corners of the building. These watchtowers are not connected to it, and they are about a 2x2 square, so a 20-foot column. The compound is probably...
2x2 is a 10-foot.
Yeah, you're right. 10-foot cube. Going up, you see that there looks to be a ladder rather than stairs. The compound probably... I mean, let's see. Probably 50, 60 feet long. About the same distance wide. Fairly big for a building.
Interesting.
There's some like hound creatures on chains on the front, just kind of starting to be patrolling. You see some... Funnily enough, you saw that the guards, when you first came into the city guards that had like I think I described that like infernal hound watcher, like beastmasters. You do see some of that type here, but in the red plated armors. You see people walk around with like chains of 2 or 3 hellhounds walking about. Give me with a 23 too, Zunkiri. You start to see some of these barred windows are not to office buildings but to cells, and you, as you already remembered what these people deal in, you understand why they were attracted to this prison as a base of operations.
All right. Well, any ideas, anyone?
No. I would say send Varshian to explore.
How open is the rooftop?
From what you can see, there seems to at least be a walkway where guards are patrolling on top. You cannot see...
How many guards?
At least probably a half dozen, at a given time in a section. 6, kind of not all grouped together, but kind of like sporadically, like people like the top of the like sort of square looking building. It might be like 1 or 2 on a corner, 1 further down, like just kicking a rock, just heavily armored area.
Okay.
And you are also at an angle where you would not be able to see the courtyard given the height, because it has at least 3 levels going up from the ground floor, not counting any basement stuff.
I get in too easily without invisibility.
Alright. Zunkiri will send Varshi flapping through.
Okay.
Checking
Yeah.
out the cells, checking out different places.
Roll a stealth check for her. Because looking up a spell, she would not be blocked. Okay.
17.
So. Sorry, I just saw that I was muted on the recording for a bit. So with a 17, she does not alert the guards to her presence, and as she flies sort of away and then up, doing a kind of crescent moon shape to come back at the facility to avoid pinning you all out, you see that there's like a fall. Seems to be some sort of center courtyard that has like a thick grayish black mist that covers it, preventing you from being able to see through it. The guards are patrolling around it. Does she dive through the mist?
Can she see through the mist with her blind sight?
If you get up to the mist, it is 10 feet or 30 feet blind sight?
60 feet.
60 feet. Okay. There is a 10-foot fog before it goes down to courtyard below that she could see, but she will have to like. Is it blocked by total cover? I thought you said.
Solid shit like.
The spell Private Sanctum, the mist that covers an area.
No, that wouldn't block it. I don't think. Let me check. Sound can't pass through the barrier at the edge of the warded area. Tell me which ones are turned on.
I would like to hold some of those secretly.
Okay, can sound pass through the barrier?
Yes.
Okay, it's dark and foggy. Yes.
Yes, I think those are the two I will give up at the moment.
Okay. In that case, yeah, she can. If sound was blocked, if sound was blocked, then that would be into play. But the sound's not blocked, so yeah, she can see through it.
In this specific section, sound is not blocked from the courtyard up through the area. Okay. What's the? You definitely know that there's a spell active over the area. It'd be a fairly easy Arcana check for you to understand that it's Private Sanctum.
That's it. So considering Zunkiri knows the spell.
Yeah. What is? Do you have a more than a +5 on Arcana?
Like a +9 or
something. You know it's
8.
Private Sanctum. If you can auto pass a DC 10, then yeah. You get that Private Sanctum's on.
Interesting. Yeah, it seems they've warded the area. They're smart. It's blocked against teleportation. It's divination sensors won't be able to pass through. Still, though, luckily Vash is not a divination sensor.
Correct.
Zunker will have her just kind of peek into the courtyard, look around.
Okay. She flutters down. Is like a looks to be like a sparring training area. The light, there seem to be like some gray lights, almost kind of floodlighty to still keep the area lit up under the fog. And you see there are some folks sparring, like 2 people and like 1 to observe. Seem to be like recruits in that they don't even have red armor. They're just in like just regular. It looks like brand new leather armor that has not been stained red yet, and they have like a single red streak on their over where their heart is. And you kind of piece together through her eyes that they might be initiates training or proving themselves to an instructor who is in full red plate mail. You see that there are 2 doors or 2 archways, as well as some windows facing in on it. One furthest from you all, one closest to you all. Both of which have open doors at the moment. Which one does she want to fly into?
She'll fly through the first one. Doesn't really make a difference.
Yeah. In this way, you see the mechanism to the entrance. You see there's a large, very reinforced door that has some... Though the door looks like it's a large reinforced door on the front, there's even more braces on the backside that keep it very locked. You see a mechanism that has a... the locking mechanism to prevent it from falling is on this end, rather than having a large lock. You see there are a few guards. One who's just kind of sitting around, whose job it seems to be to operate the gate. And you see there is a series of there's a series of offices or small rooms, seemingly identical on either side, right or left.
Okay.
You don't see any stairs or anything yet.
Yeah, Zunkuri obviously describing all of this too. Everyone's going to turn to them and say, well, seems like a relatively fortified compound, filled with probably, if I had to estimate, and Zunkuri will give his estimate based on how many guards he's seen and how big the compound is, as to how many people might be in there.
A lot. Varshi has blind sight, correct? So,
Correct.
yeah, obviously. Can she tell the difference of when somebody, like with her eyes she can see versus blind sight she can see?
Yeah, nothing stops her from still being able to see things normally.
Okay. She does also spot out that there are some invisible folk prowling the hallways. It looks like the hallways are mostly unguarded except for like each strike of the hallway. There seems to be one invisible person usually patrolling.
Okay, so they've also got probably about a dozen or so people under invisibility. Interesting, they've got that perpetually going. Shadow, maybe? No. Anyway, so my recommendation is we collapse the entire building and kill all of them.
But loot.
Now, Did-
What?
EXP.
did we
Aren't we
did we
trying
get the
to
rat
grab
alive, or were we just
someone?
trying to kill him?
Oh, right. Sorry, I got distracted.
He was seeing a good siege and blinded by the rage.
He was seeing a bunch of slavers all in one building.
Yeah.
I'm actually not terribly against the idea. It's just we need him alive, correct?
You sure?
If he had
No.
his head,
No, we were told to just
I think if
eliminate
we
him.
collapse the building, I don't think the head would be necessarily be in correct condition.
No, we were told just to eliminate him.
Are we?
No, because we need him to lead us to Daxon.
Oh, yeah, Daxon's who we were told to just get rid of.
Yeah, collapsing the building again will probably squish the skull, and
Can't you
as it
talk to dead people?
that requires usually a intact, at least the head. It literally
Could
needs a
you
simulacrum to talk.
locate him, begin collapsing the building? I could go in saying I'm going to rescue him,
It's a slaver
and then just
compound.
dimension door out to you guys.
No,
You're
the
forgetting
area
one
is
key point here.
warded.
Other than that,
Oh, okay.
the invisible character who seems to be always with him.
And you're also
Correct.
implying that they don't know magic along those lines. It seems like a bodyguard should specify in being able specialize in getting them the fuck out, which means we would just lose the trail. Which unfortunately requires more stealth.
There is one other option, which I'm loath to do at the moment, though ultimately it would make things much easier in the long run.
Yes.
We could wait.
Stick
He
up.
Wait for him to
seems,
come out.
yeah, he seems to have a habit of going out and partying.
Alright, on that note then, I'm going to take my 8-hour rest, because I have not taken one yet.
Sleepy rat.
Waiting for him to come out of his fortified area would most likely be a lot easier to apprehend him than trying to get in there.
We're also going on the assumption that a slave ring such as this doesn't have underground tunnels.
True.
Did Varshi at least spot him in there?
She has not yet.
Not yet. She's still flying about the area, though.
Alright. The Rad's going to work on taking his 8-hour rest then.
Okay.
Wake me if you find him and we need to assault. Or sneak in.
You have been up for more than 24 hours, right?
Probably we're coming right up on that.
Go ahead and make me the It's a con save DC 10, right, to avoid exhaustion.
I believe.
Correct.
And if you, this will be if like you interrupt your rest and keep going.
Yes. Con save.
Yeah, you
Good.
good. Tired, but you good. So, Varshi ducks right or left, mostly pointless. The building seems mostly symmetrical in structure, at least. She spots out a series of offices, and the stairs are about midway down, so about 30 feet in, that lead up to the next level. And then there, when you go up, the stairwell is there again to the third. A blast through the first floor reveals mostly lower level office work. You don't see any prison cells per se. But there is a large trapdoor in the furthest corner, the furthest back right and back left corner of the complex.
Oh, did I take that spell? Can I do the gas chamber trick again?
Oh, brother. My brother in Christ. I was.
Hold on, I have to see if I took that spell.
Brother! What are you doing? Showers! Wrong shower!
Damn, I didn't take that spell. I love that trick.
Does anyone have an auto crit?
No.
I do.
You do?
Oh, God.
Let me see. No.
No.
I thought I did.
So there's this fun trick Zunkir used one time. We were investigating a farmhouse that was using a bunch of Sahagin as scarecrows to ward off undead spirits. And the farmer was like torturing them to the brink of death and then putting up their still living bodies on the scarecrow
As you do.
or the posts. and in their agony was just keeping the undead away from his family. And while the party was debating as to whether or not we should interfere with these people, Zankiri had Varshi go into the barn where all the Sahagan slaves were kept, cast Dragon's Breath on Varshi, and then just had her rain clouds of poison down on the entire slave building. They all died.
As you do.
Fucking metal.
Yeah, he's of the opinion that that was merciful, but better dead than a slave. Unfortunately, I did not take Dragon's Breath, so I can't do the gas chamber trick again.
Aw, drat.
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I have Dragon's Breath?
Oh no.
Nah,
Because I don't. I don't.
No,
Fucker.
no. The crux of the trick is that Zankiri can cast it on Varshi through the touch spell thing, so he can cast it on her from extremely far away, and she just rain it down on people. Works really only well against victims that can't fight back. I mean, enemies that can't fight back. No, victim isn't the right word.
So she spots the two trapdoors and goes up to the second level.
Yeah.
Second level, you see a series of cells, and you notice that the sound cannot travel out of the cells because they come up as blank to her through echolocation. There's just a wall. She can see through the bars normally, but you also spot somebody throwing a cup against the wall and just no noise.
Yeah.
Traveling around, you see there's the warden's office on the second level. Has a 2-key lock and is currently closed.
Okay.
Visually obscured, sonically obscured, etc. It seems to be the highest level of protection you've seen so far. Flies around, does her loop. Third level. You see that there are ladders that bring you up to the walkway for the roof. Here's where you see mostly the first level. There was the quote-unquote offices, and she was glancing around. You had a feeling led to food storage, weapon storage occasionally. There might be some lower level things. This seems to be the administrative level up on the third. Ledgers, deals. Visually, she doesn't seem much difference. Each of these offices are sonically warded. And the hatches that these ladders would lead up to the top one are kept closed usually, which is why she had to enter through the big opening in the top and come down and work up. Arrow slits as well, casters, invisible folk. Casters are kept up higher this way to keep them further away from any combat stuff. Again, just your knowledge on siege warfare helps you on wanting to keep the squishies with glass cannons away from being smacked.
Yeah.
And she finishes her rounds, doesn't spawn out any people of interest, and most of the doors were kept closed to the compound, so she wasn't able to dip in. The most she got to see in the rooms was some of the prison cells on the second. And she was not able to go through those hatch doors on the bottom because of hatch doors and familiar.
Mm-hmm.
And then she flies out and returns to you, and you give this mission report to everyone else, I'm assuming.
She didn't fly out, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Zankiri has an idea that might help. He's going to run it by the party first. Alright, I don't see him anywhere. He looks like he's probably in one of the closed rooms. I have an idea that might flush him out, but... Hard to tell what might happen. Could give us a better idea as to where he is. Could make him want to leave the compound. Could make him try to hold up more. Actually, hold on. He was fairly wasted when I last saw him yesterday morning. I think I could pull this off without too much of an issue. What do you all think?
Yeah. Shit.
If you think you can get it done,
I've had the utmost faith in you. Always. Yes. Actually, yeah. I don't think I've ever doubted you. At least, effectually speaking.
Aw, thank you. All right. Well, time to commit an overwhelming amount of violence.
Yep.
That's about right.
Yep.
As Zonkiri will rub his hands together and just hold on. Let me check the actual. What are the requirements for this? Yeah, actually, no. He doesn't even need to rub his hands together. He just smiles that bad smile he gets sometimes. And you just hear him say, and correct me if I'm wrong, Connor, the guy's name is Drak Rat, right?
Yeah, you know his first name's Drak. You don't know if his last name's Rat, but Drak is the name that you know is the equivalent of Dats.
Okay, that works. He'll just smile and say, Drak.
Oh.
And there's those with particular affinities for awareness might realize that Zangiri just said his name in a way that was not good. He did something.
Mysteriously, Karen is like 10 feet away from you now. Wow. Looney Tunes speed, even. There's just a bit of dust where he was.
Yep, I figured that was what it was. 120 feet, that does cover the compound.
Wait a minute.
And I don't see anything on Mordenkainen's private sanctum that could...
Nope, not divination.
If it's within range, it becomes a spell's target, even if you can't see it. If the named creature isn't within range...
Oh no! I know what you're using. I'm
Psychic
so proud of you.
Lance.
Yeah, boy!
Yep.
Okay. Intelligence saving throw.
Zonkiri just whispers his name into the ether, and somewhere off in the compound, he gets a massive splitting headache. Ooh.
Oh!
I felt that was fair to show you. He doesn't do well against his save.
And Zonkiri just flips back to Varshi's eyes to see where in the compound something's
What level is she watching?
First floor was mostly just clerical stuff. Second floor was the cells. Third floor was the
business dealing areas.
She'll be watching the business dealing areas.
About 10 seconds later, you see a door open and nobody run out.
She sees invisibility.
You see an invisible person run out, hoofing it. They close the door behind them, but you do see them like hoof it down the stairs. You remember the warden's office being on the second, but you found the room that somebody ran out of conveniently right after you psychic lanced someone.
Think I found him. He's in, and he'll rattle off the location of that room relative
Room
to
315. It's fucking.
Could I go get him, or we going in?
what do you mean go get him?
Dimension door.
Doesn't that require a willing participant?
If he's unconscious, maybe he's willing.
Actually, all unconscious creatures count as unwilling.
Oh, did not know that.
Do you have
Yeah.
invisibility prepared then?
No,
Was
I
asking,
don't know that spell.
I wasn't asking you. I was asking the one that has the invisibility spell.
Really, just not your night.
Who has the invisibility spell?
I thought you said you did.
No.
R.I.P.
I thought you said you did. You just didn't have it prepared last time. Okay, never mind then.
Maybe it's for a different spell.
I mean,
yeah.
I honestly didn't know whether I had it known or not, but I knew I didn't have it prepared. So
Never mind then.
believe it or not, I don't memorize the entirety of his spell list.
Really?
I
Yeah.
disagree.
I
You're
also
lying.
disagree.
You're
I
lying.
also disagree.
You're a monster.
I mean, I know most of it.
There
Like
it is.
99. It's like Germex. It's like 99.9% of germs. It's like,
But no, that should rattle the cage quite a bit.
Oh, do we just wait now then?
See what happens.
A couple minutes
Yeah.
later, you see a clerical sort, not in the red robes, but brandishing a holy symbol, who walks up by themselves with the invisible bodyguard. Bodyguard produces a key, opens the door. The cleric steps in with them, and they close the door behind. What does Varsha do?
Is this an internal room or an external room?
What's the difference?
Does it have a wall that is on the outside of the building?
It's the outside building wall is its wall.
Okay. She will fly out of there and go see if she can find a window.
There would be a window. Curtains are drawn on it. It is not sonically warded, but the curtains are drawn. She can't hear through a solid glass pane, can she?
Not with her dark, or not with her blind sight, no, but she can still hear. She still has a keen hearing.
Okay. Give me a perception check to have her listen in on the conversation then. Because it is muffled glass and thick curtains and. Ooh.
13.
13. You hear murmuring out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. My head explode. Murmuring. Cleric. Discussing with the bodyguard something you can't hear. Drak just kind of wincing in pain, even though you know he's no longer taking damage. Just the headache aftermath seems to be still grimacing about. Cleric, I think it seems to be over. Can I suggest your drug habit as a possible explanation? I don't get headaches from that shit. I get delirium. This is something different. Something hunting me. Calm down, and then you hear a little bit of the cleric in some sort of tone that seems to be calming. Drak getting more and more angry. Oh, hunting! Can't escape. Must go. Must hide. Go to hideout. Not safe. And you hear the door slamming.
Well, he's certainly leaving. Seems to be rather spooked. He's got some sort of hideout nearby. Keep an eye on the area, everyone. Rat's about to flee his hole.
Is anyone waking the rat up?
I assume we have to. If we're gonna leave you sleeping in a fucking trench.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, we could probably wake him up at the last second.
I'd rather he be ready.
Let's see. I'll do this in the upper left.
So if we don't wake him up, someone has to stay with him.
I mean, I could just carry him like usual.
Or you
like,
just wake him up.
we're looking Boa.
Zunker just reach over the foot and just nudge him awake. Whack.
Bite that leg.
It's like dead cheese.
Anyways.
Wake up. He's moving.
How many guards?
With him or in the compound?
With him.
Yet to be seen. Just one at the moment.
That will go through a series of stretches and wake himself up. Out of seemingly nowhere, he would pull out a piece of cheese that looks suspiciously brown. Kind of has that coffee smell to it.
Is this using one of your mutation infusions?
No, this is just
No,
me
this
talking.
is a joke.
Oh, okay.
It's
I'll get-
coffee,
It's coffee
cheese.
cheese.
I figured, but there was a pretty good chance that it could be the way he like gives himself heightened dexterity. Like
Espresso cheese.
there's non-zero chance here. Which of those do you have active at the moment, by the way? I tried to look on your sheet the other
I
day to
have
see which ones. I know
2
you always have
active.
the dex, but I don't know what the second one is.
Oh, the other one is I thought I had them. I might not. The other one's the one on the bottom.
Would you mind posting those somewhere, even to GM layer or
Yes,
like?
I thought I had them set somewhere.
I know you don't fill out the ideals and whatnot. If you'll just list it somewhere so I know what you have active, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. I thought I put them somewhere, but I'll get them, yeah.
You're good. Okay, so
Right. Katera, see if you can get around to the other side of the building. Keep an eye out if he goes that way. Everyone else, watch the other two sides.
So if you all want to place yourself around the makeshift compound here, north, east, south, and west, I would like to know where everyone's distributed to watch for the rat.
I should be on whatever side opposite of Katir, considering levels of automatic.
I put the party token for where you all have been.
There you go, Connor.
So what are the squares?
Yeah.
Did I get my full long rest in?
No.
Is that where Katir is, or did I gotta put myself here?
Thank you so much.
I wish I had
Do we
see
have a
invisibility.
corner undone?
Why
Left
is
alone?
my token saved with this fucking?
Oh, those squares were just marking out the guard towers.
Oh.
So
But I see the confusion. So, Karen, you wanted to be
the exact opposite side of where Katir is, so
Okay.
our passives kind of overlap.
okay. Each. No, everybody got everything. Okay. 1,
Hello?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hello.
I'm.
oh, someone dropped.
What was it?
Hello?
Everybody will give me a perception check.
Before we get, can I cast aid on people?
Sure. You would have had plenty of time.
Yeah, aid on Andariel, Mogana, and Zenkiri.
Can you put it on all the people with the lowest health? I think I'm pretty okay.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right. Who has less health? This is Dat or Katira.
Thinking of which.
That is sitting at 66 health.
What's Katira at, Connor?
That cannot be right. It says 39.
That is incorrect.
The token says 39?
Does the sheet say
And her
39?
sheet says 39 max HP.
That
There's
is
no
incorrect.
way.
There, it
That's,
is
yeah, that's
physically
no way.
impossible.
So no clue what her
What's her
activities were.
con? What's her con mod?
3. And I'm pretty sure she has tough.
Yeah, no, that's not right.
Opening or closing and reopening her sheet.
Liv is also not here, so I'm just going to roll her perception for her. But she should have. She has been the
Just
tank,
put it-
so she should
just
have
put it
more
on,
HP.
The
What's her-
tank.
What's
I
her
take
token
offense.
say?
It says what her sheet says.
Her sheet says
Yeah.
39 HP, and so does her token, and I don't
No.
see it marked down anywhere.
No fucking 39.
Yeah, I don't see anywhere where she has written down her hit die for me to recalculate
She
for
would
her.
she would have had to have rolled a 1 on every single
Yeah, no.
Level.
level.
And I let you all re-roll ones, so
I guess
Did-
I'll
Did she get attacked by something that reduced her max HP?
not that I know of.
I guess I'll just use it on it and Dariel, Dat, and Zane carry.
Okay.
Click aid. Click
So 8 is cast.
Well,
me. My sheet. Shut. Click. So yours 5 extra max
See.
HP. Write it down somewhere.
Not in the
What?
HP max because roll 20
Yeah.
will auto bit up it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Adding plus,
Oh,
it has been previously. I had added in aid on another character, left and came back another week, and it added the numbers together.
Let's see.
Roll
My
20 updates be like.
perception.
All right. Norman's not here. Morgana.
Well, Norvin is here,
Oh, is he?
kind of.
I mean, he's not in voice chat. His headphones took a shit.
Oh, that's nice.
There he is. 2.
Testing.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, cool. They're working again.
Nice.
What a miss.
Just roll a perception check as you all have are watching the building, waiting for Drak to leave.
So we're
I
not
used
gonna
eight on-
probably see him.
I used 8 on you. All right.
How much health does that give me?
5. Hang on. Let me just natural 20.
Oh, that's a pretty good carry.
so we got 3 sides covered.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
You see, he does come out towards Katira's end.
Big
Well, let me. Sorry, I was just assuming the roll 20 is going to roll when I need to still roll his actual check. I can roll this to public. Yeah, because I mean, you'll will then know if you find him or not. Yikes. So anybody who meets or beats a 13 will spot him.
Funnily enough, that's only 3 of us. Or no, wait. Yeah, 21. Yeah, 3 of us.
And heads out this way, which is on the map. Down from Rogue's Village, continuing clockwise on the circle. But you, Karen, you definitely clock him. Even though I was setting the DC gets higher the further away you were from the side, you still clock him, even though you were this way. Keeping an eye on your party, you see him moving, and you all are close enough to where you can like do hand signals to let each other know that way.
Zonkiri will just cast sending. Or not sending, message.
Yeah. You do so,
Worst
and,
case scenario, I could.
but you have a bead on him now, and you start to congregate. He'll be like 30 feet in front of you all, but the rest of you all will be able to congregate and follow behind him because he's moving at
Yeah,
a stealthy pace.
Now, before I do anything, are we just popping off, or are we following?
Following.
Break his leg.
Specifically, you spot him like crawl out of a hatch on the ground, like on the northern end, and move his way down
By
clockwise.
himself, or
You only see him, or rather, a rat in a cloak.
who
Does
see
he look
invisibility?
particularly healthy?
Roll a medicine check. At advantage
I
for
would
the
imagine.
adept.
20.
He's juiced at the moment. He's twitching and slightly frothing. You know firsthand what it's like when a rat gets juiced up like this.
All right, I have a plan.
So,
All right.
I'm going to switch spots with him.
Okay.
How so?
Magic knife.
You got a crit for that to happen, don't you?
Yep.
Oh, I see.
Surprise attack, get advantage. Pretty likely.
Unless someone has a card. Yes.
No one has a card. We've already established that.
Silver said he did, but
No, I did
Steve,
not.
No, he did not.
Oh,
he thought
sorry.
he did.
I thought I did.
well,
Seems a little gambling.
This is D&D. This is just gambling, but with dice instead of dice roll. Yeah.
so I would like a group stealth check because you are starting to trail this guy.
A group stealth check, you say?
Very worst. Well,
I
also
wish
worst
I
comes to
was
worst.
Remind me that does half plate incur? I think it
Yes.
does. Thank you.
Yep.
As you can see right there.
Unless you
hold-
have something
hold-
to stop.
As you can see.
Hold on, people. Let me speak.
Okay.
Zonkiri, as we're going, is going to cast a spell, knowing that we're trying to sneak. That several of us are very loud.
Ding, 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 ding.
How many of us are particularly loud here?
At least
Karen
three.
and
At least three. Unless
At
he's
least
using his stealth
3.
armor. Are you using your infiltrator?
I mean, I already have. That would just give me advantage. So
okay.
let's just see how well I roll.
Oh,
It is
Okay.
in fact a good boy.
So
Great.
Cairn and Morgana have advantage on their stealth checks. And I'm going to use the ring to get that spell slot back.
nice.
Ooh. All right, so 11 and 21. Not
Okay.
bad.
I am quiet. I am the knight.
I am loud, but I'm not like fall down the stairs loud.
Also,
Everyone
worst comes to
just sees
worst.
me disappear.
So, side note, worst comes to worst, even if I don't crit him, I can just brand him and we can track him.
Cool.
Without having to have sight of him.
All right, so 11, 21, 11, 24, 26, 21, 12. And one of those is a crit, so that's 2 successes.
Okay.
Assuming he doesn't have a passive perception above 26.
Well, this isn't necessarily passive. This guy is knowing that Drak is fucking running out and is watching for problems as he's running. So I'm going to be rolling a perception check to determine
Come
the DC.
on, that one. Come on, that one. You've done 2 of them for us today. You can do another.
I'm gonna roll this one to GM just in case it's good. And I can keep some of the mystery alive.
Sus.
So you can also
Just-
lie about your
God.
roll.
Well, there's also, a fucking camera.
All right.
If you'd like to jump to just before
have
hour 3, you can see I just rolled double 8s.
I'm in 4K.
Double 8s on dice or double total?
Totals.
8. Oh, so he doesn't see fucking anybody.
Nope.
So we jump him in an alley.
And
I-
Drak does
Actually, I think he would only see Karen.
nope. Karen has
No,
advantage.
not even Karen.
There, Karen had his canceled by Zonkiri and has an 11. So you
Oh,
all
okay.
managed to fucking evade the Watcher.
I fell down the stairs, but someone tied pillows to me before I fell.
Yes. So, are we gonna go with my plan?
So you all have him surrounded as you're moving, and they do not notice you. Drak is like falling and like knocking over like pots and pans, and the Watcher's like grabbing him and like throwing him forward, cursing an undercommon.
Yes. No. Maybe.
Let's not.
Are we
What?
going with my plan?
I mean,
Dagger. Worst comes to worst, I can brand him, and we can literally follow him without having to keep eyes on him.
yeah, Operation knock him out and stuff him in a bag is a
Some
go.
of this. If I crit him with the teleporting blade, I switch spots with him, and he will be in the middle of our party.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
smoke.
we're all
before.
sneaking up on him, so I could just grab him.
Yeah.
And then we do the show.
Why do all your plans always involve you getting right in the middle of all the enemies?
Dervish rat. Where have you missed this in the last several sessions?
Take tough, you goblin.
So
No.
guys.
Yeah.
Let's jump him. Let's knock him out. Let's see if we knock out the Watcher, then that's good too. And then we take him back, figure out where the Draxon, the guy who hired him, is, and we go. Like we have the jump on him. We have a turn or two.
Also, let me know right before we jump them. I can cast slow.
Well, that would be your surprise round action.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I have 120 feet, so
If we're gonna do that, I want to get first shit on the Watcher because I have my essential sneak attack damage.
The Watcher is invisible.
Okay.
So
he's also visibly grabbing and moving around our fucking target.
Yep. Not all the time. It's you know he's there because Drak keeps giving him fucking away, but you would not have any. You'd still be invisible for the purposes of attacking him.
Yeah. Is his scent invisible?
You could make a perception check to try and spot his precise location, but it's going to be incredibly hard.
I can smell the hubris. Do it now.
I got fairy fire.
Oh,
I could outline him.
Oh.
So Connor, why don't you drag us over to a battle map?
Yeah. Connor.
Connor.
Let me see if I have a fucking abandoned street map. Hang
So
on.
Connor, if you're looking for a random map, people can just walk on. I've got some really.
No,
cool
I'm not
ideas.
using a fucking foot.
I'm just gonna.
Off he goes.
Okay. Pulling one up.
You have the gall.
I do have the gall and the gumption.
If only.
And this will work.
I'm going to take the hot. What the fuck? Oh.
And there. Okay. And yay, that uploaded. Move to there. Move to there. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and move y'all while I'm setting it up.
I don't know why, but when I looked at hey, I was just looking at that on Google.
Yeah.
Convenient, so was I.
Yeah. When I was looking at the Watcher, I know you described him in a red cloak, but for some reason, when I looked at that token, the only thing I could see was like Powerpuff Girl, Magical Girl.
No.
It was just how zoomed out I was.
Damn. Okay. So you all are going to be on the fringes. Here is coming from the north is how I was going to have it. But
Okay. Oh, we're coming from north.
Hello.
And I'm going to list the Watcher here because Varshi can see them, but as a reminder.
I mean, Even if they're invisible, as long as they're not stealth, we still know where they is.
Yeah, you know he's in that 5-foot square. That's true, but he would be invisible and disadvantage on attacks. Yeah.
He could, however, just spend his action to
Fuck off.
stealth. He just wouldn't be able to interact with anything without breaking it.
I mean, you saw his relationship to his fucking client here. I think Drak should be more like here. Dad is not up there. If you were that close, combat has already started. That.
Fine.
I said you were following 30 feet back from him. I had said to keep yourselves.
Oh, I genuinely didn't hear that.
Okay. So 30 feet off from them. So I'll say I'll split the difference between them. This is the furthest line.
She just posted up on a rooftop, bringing out the blood popcorn. Like, okay, let's start this.
Jock Jams is playing.
Let me clear the initiative.
Mother, I crave.
Hold on. Before you guys roll it, damn it, they did it again. Before you guys roll initiative, those of you whom I gave advantage for the stealth check, you also have advantage on your dexterity check or your initiative roll.
I believe I already have that, but thank you.
There we go. That's proper.
I don't have that. I thank you very much.
I'll be right back.
Drat.
Rat.
Drat. In the.
Oh.
What's your? Hang on. Now I have to fucking see what Drak's initiative is. It's a tie. Roll a d20 silver to see who goes first. You or him. Silver.
What the?
My brother.
Okay, I double nat ones. I'm putting you after Drak. I'm so sorry.
Hold on,
I know.
Hold on, no,
Okay.
that wasn't a d20.
He rolled a d20 for his check. I'm gonna put him after.
Did Drat roll a nat one too?
He did,
Yes.
and Silver rolled twice for his initiative and got a nat one both times.
No, I want to see Drak roll again.
Well, I was gonna do a roll off with him, but Oh,
Connor, stop.
Hubris, bitch.
You gotta stop presuming.
Never mind.
What are the odds?
All right, let's see here.
It's really low.
Again.
About 1 in 20.
Okay, I'm just
roll another
I'm just
d20,
gonna
Silver. Oh! You beat out the. I'm
Connor,
shit.
stop pissing off the dice guy.
Do I need to brand Sage or something? Like, what's
Hold
happening?
on. The best part is both Silver and the Rat got 2 nat ones, and then Karen got 2 6s.
7s.
Well, 6 rolls.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, the doubles out here.
There's
a
a way.
way.
I think I get why Bill prefers
There's
Foundry
a
now.
way.
Oh my god. This is roll 20 getting back at me for cheating on it.
I believe that I believe it's a
Foundry.
revenge for Shane, karma for Shane with
Nope.
the hostile DM bit.
Nope. Couldn't be. So Andara, you kick off initiative.
Well, I mean, I have a medal in interpreting karma.
Shut up. Take your fucking Reddit badge and go somewhere else. And Dario.
And what compared to your Tumblr badge?
The rat needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, okay.
Play battle music.
If you have something, Shane, put it on for the 30 seconds this is gonna last.
Of course.
I'm going to shiv the fuck out of that.
Does an 18 win?
Yeah, it does.
What were you casting? I'm assuming.
Look up.
Hold monster. You go to grab him and just he fucking coke sneezes and the spell just doesn't grab on, slips off. And you see the watcher's space. These steps stop and turn towards you all.
Oh, stupid bot.
Surprised, Ruiner. Surprised, the rat.
There we go.
Mogana, you're in charge of the target. I want that invisible bitch. I want it. Give it to me. I'm going to mark him.
Don't you have to see them for those?
That square was a web, right?
Yes, I do need to see him. Unfortunate. Then I will just, since it's a surprise round, though, I'm still going to make an attempt at stabbing him.
Okay, it'll be a disadvantage because he's invisible, but go ahead.
Yes. Shabazing.
Also, you all are still in... Would you have done this in the Grove territory or Shade Ruiners territory? Either way.
Grove.
Okay. So you wait for him to cross over into the Grove, and then... Or the pedal guard.
Oh, do it to the Shade Runners. Encourage reinforcements to murder.
So, a 14 against the Ruiner Watcher misses.
I still have two more hits.
Swing.
Yeah, swing.
14 misses.
Again, really? Alright, fine. One more go. Bang. God
15
damn it.
misses. You stab and slice, and you just see like fancy footwork dodging around you.
Actually, hold on a minute. That last one.
Mm-hmm.
I have...
Oh, so you have cold on your second Falcata?
Yes.
Interesting.
There.
Anything else, Dad?
I thought it... I must be thinking of Pyro's game. Never mind.
Alright. Morgana. You see Dat swinging on a guy who's doing like the fucking Michael Jackson like moonwalk past his attacks.
It's hilarious.
Shamo. Uh-oh. Violence protocol initiated.
All right.
I would like to just point out for the record beforehand, and I believe the group would be in agreement, is we're non-lethaling the rat, right?
Yep.
Yes.
That's why I'm about to do this. Morgana's gonna run up to him. She has the Dragon Slayer in one hand and nothing in her other hand, and she's gonna go for his neck. That's 18.
Is this a grapple check?
Yes.
Okay. I think I can close Private Sanctum now. Drak needs to make an... Okay.
Acrobatics or athletics. Little shit.
Dang! His fucking Coke sprints. He actually got a 26.
Wow.
As you
Do
see,
it again.
he's jittery as fuck.
Do it again. 21.
18.
His little Coke sprints gets him out of the first one, and then she just turns her hand over and just grabs the side of his face.
Oh. Ow! Ow!
Oh, that was all of her attacks.
He's on kick. He's now grappled.
Also, I had 5 feet, or 10 feet of movement left, so I'm gonna move him up 5 feet.
Okay. He's like scratching and clawing at your hands, doing no damage, just trying to like pry you off. And just unhappy, squirming rat. You fucker! I just looked at the meme in chat.
Zonkiri is going to throw out his hand, and a bunch of dark powder is going to shoot forward toward Dat. And Dat, in the last second, as you feel the dark powder fly past you, you hear, "Close your eyes."
That will close his eyes.
What do you cast? Oh! Is that a wisdom? So you found that the downside of Drak's drug high is disadvantage on wisdom saving throws. I think. No. It's intelligence saving. My bad. Oh. That was Drax.
Okay.
And the Watcher, to GM, and it was a 15, but either way, it still fails.
Cool.
Mm,
Combat's over, guys.
yeah. So,
Yeah.
as they are
Are we keeping
incapacitated.
this one?
Hmm.
I want his
Yes,
robes.
Yes, I have a few questions for him, and Dunker will pull out the arcane lock manacles, and
I'm taking his robes first.
You do so.
Yes.
we capture our hostages.
Yeah, there it is.
Morgana
Yeah.
just totes his ass over her shoulder.
Didn't even need to do fairy
the-
fire.
Does
the
anybody
one-
tie up Drak, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does the Watcher have anything good on him?
Let me look.
Have chain as opposed to rope.
The Watcher's cloak is attached to his armor, and it is studded leather.
Ooh.
They have a... Yes.
Go ahead.
You're just looking over them. They have a short sword and a crossbow. Short sword was out. It would take you an action to rifle through them if you were can actually.
May I suggest we do this in the privacy of a inn room or somewhere that's not just in an alley?
The alley's the perfect place to do it.
That is the best we can get.
Is that going on the Watcher or Drak? So I'm curious.
Probably the Coke rat, considering his ridiculous slipperiness. Well, I guess that wouldn't mean he's got a good strength.
I mean,
I'll get
you
back
only
to you
have
as soon as I
before they
check the
start
specifics of this.
waking up from this.
The Watcher's cloak, what's giving him invisibility?
No, it does not seem to be a magical cloak from what you're feeling. From
That was not his armor.
It does not appear to be magical armor, as you can scratch it with your nails, and it does not. The invisibility does go away. I think normal invisibility lasts.
Like an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it does not go off for a while, but you do notice, like when you scratch his armor under your cuticles, when you take it up, there's little leather scrap stuff. So you don't think it's magical armor.
Damn it.
The arcane lock manacles will go on. How long does your brand last?
Yeah, permanently. Until it's dispelled with magic.
Okay.
I don't think there's a limit on them either. I can put it on a bunch of people.
No, I'm pretty sure it's until you place it on somebody else as well. You can only have one at a time. I'm almost certain. Or you use this feature to apply the brand to another creature. Yeah, you get one. So, you all bind them up, and where do you take them?
Back to our end.
20 minutes later, ish. Or more like 10, since you encountered them in the grove.
I'll say let's. Okay, so opinions, people. Arcane manacles on the red dude because he's the one with allies that we need to most worry about escaping, having known our faces. Arcane manacles on the rat, who is incredibly slippery and is our actual target.
Rat.
I probably
What does the arcane manacles do? Just break.
DC
Hard.
25 to get out.
I don't
Strength,
even
right,
think either one of them can break out of it. So
Technically, the rat can give him enough time that we know.
isn't it a strength to break out, or is it?
Or dexterity.
Oh.
Dexterity to slip them. Strength to break them. Thieves' tools check to pick them.
I mean, If
Okay,
we could put it on the rat, and then Morgana can carry the Watcher, so
Okay,
that she can contest with grapple.
how about this instead? Zonkiri's going to put them on the Watcher, since we know that given enough time, the rat could get out. Don't know about the Watcher, but Zonkiri is 100% going to take body parts from the two of them for tracking purposes.
Cut off their fingers.
Hair works.
Damn.
I feel like I have to keep it consistent at blood, but yeah, he'll take some hair and blood from each of them.
After so you're binding up which one?
The
Watcher
red
gets
dude.
the locks.
Yeah, Watcher gets the manacles. The rat just gets beaten unconscious.
I will put a brand on the rat.
Okay.
Beaten unconscious?
Easy enough.
Yes.
You all, before he could even get a turn to wake up, you pummel him until he's at 0 HP and then stabilize him. And he's thoroughly fucked up and unconscious now.
And there's a brand on the rat.
It'll take him 2 hours to wake up. And you all go back to your hotel, or your inn, slip upstairs. You tip the innkeeper anything as you kind of have to walk through the bar area with these bodies?
Yeah, we'll throw 7 gold at the innkeeper.
Luckily, the Watcher is invisible still. Should be, because they never took an action to do anything to break it. No, it is concentration, so it would have dropped when he went unconscious. Or he's not unconscious, just incapacitated. Would that break?
Incapacitated brings concentration.
Okay, so he became visible then.
Yeah, just throw cloaks over the two of them.
I'm assuming you also gagged them and all that. Toss
Yes.
7 gold from that to the innkeeper. Nods and sweeps them under the bar.
With the Watcher being kind of revealed, there being a second bot, I'll make it 12 gold.
He kind of looks at him, eyebrow raised at the recognizing the cloak colors. And just kind of gives you a look.
Cloak.
Oh, did you take it off him?
Didn't Dad Rat take this cloak?
It was attached to his armor and was.
I stripped the fucker.
Okay, you ripped it off of him and stuffed it in the bag, so he does not give you any weird looks for him. And you carry him up to your room, throw them down. The Watcher's gagged and just staring up at you all manacled.
Hey, Mr. Watcher, are you capable of magic?
His mouth is gagged, I'm assuming.
He can nod.
He just stares at you.
Oh, because I have a perfect proposition that gets you out of this alive.
Raises his eyebrow, and then kind of narrows his eyes.
Oh, come on, just a yes or no.
Just keeps glaring at you. Pulls his wrists apart and makes the clacking noise on the manacles.
Yeah, those aren't coming off.
Shrugs.
I hate that.
Fine.
Is that what he says?
Yeah. It's his internal monologue.
Yeah. Oh well, sucks for you. Necromancer, go at him.
You do see he has a tattoo over his throat. Of the
He can wait. Right now we have more important things to deal with. Actually, no. Our little buddy is unconscious, right?
Yes.
Oh, in that case, hello there. My name is Zonkir.
I apologize for interrupting you, but do let me know if he wishes to hear me out on my offer.
All right. Hello there. My name is Zonkiri. Pleasure to meet you.
blinks.
Now, a few things to get started. I don't know exactly what contract you had with Mr. Drak here, beyond the typical bodyguard maneuver, but I do believe it's safe to say you failed. Yes?
Nods.
Well then, I suppose in that case, you don't particularly would have any more allegiance to the man, yes?
Looks over at the rat's unconscious body, looks up at you, shakes head no.
Good. Now, if I take that gag out of your mouth, are you going to do something stupid?
Shakes head no.
Zonkiri will go to take the gag out.
Thank you. You see he's a drow. Like 30-year-old equivalent in elf years.
280.
What are your demands, first of all?
What do you mean?
This was obviously some form of kidnapping. I'm assuming you're holding us for ransom for something. I'm cutting through the bits here. Get to the demands. We'll send over parts of my fingers to the guild. Chop chop.
Oh.
What guild?
I'm not gonna play dumb. And do you want me to pretend like I don't know that you know who we are?
The Shade Ruiners, yes.
Yeah.
Funny enough, actually, you really just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. We are actually after Drak here. We really had no business with any of you.
Was it you who gave him that fucking headache?
People really shouldn't be so free with their names. And he just kind of nudges Drax, Dracket.
Fucking God.
Unfortunately, for most people, I'm rather good at sympathetic magic. Do you know what sympathetic magic is?
I'm trained to understand basics of magic, and I'm assuming you used his name somehow to fucking mind fuck him.
Name, piece of clothing, a little bit of blood, and I'm curious saying this as he's like, cutting off a bit of the man's hair.
Alright, you're making your point.
So, how long have you been bodyguarding Mr. Drak here?
Couple months since the last guy got killed.
Oh, goody. In that case, we might not even need Drak if you're fairly cooperative. Recently, a rather foolish individual decided to launch a bit of an assault on, and he kind of hesitates for a moment and looks back at everyone and looks back at him and just says, on our keep. Apparently, Mr. Drak here rounded up a bunch of were-rats for the man.
He scoffs. Yeah, I'm fucking sure he did.
I don't suppose you would have met his employer for the matter.
Of course I did. I would not be a fucking bodyguard if I left him for closed doors meetings. Especially the fucking drugged out piece of shit he is. Who do you think fucking Yes. I'm aware of the guy who hired us to go and perpetrate the Moonwatch attack.
Right. Well, ultimately, our beef here is with Mr. Bolton.
Good
I
luck.
want to give him a bit of how do you say it in common?
Reciprocation.
That word.
It's now that you realize he's understanding common, but speaking back in undercommon. Bet you were understanding with comprehend languages.
So, all we ask is the location of Mr. Bolton. How we might go about meeting with him.
Well, guess I'm dead then. He leans back. Not the
Really?
Not the faintest clue, my guy. One-time deal. Needed us to go and do a thing. Contacted the Shade Ruiners. They said they knew a guy. I was sent to babysit Drak while he got it organized. Ended up doing most of the work. Here we are.
That's a shame. I was hoping it would do Drak himself, not your organization.
Unofficial ties to the organization. Meetings with higher-ups being told we can't do anything, but they might find luck speaking to so-and-so. Never any official affiliation. I get the feeling you will understand.
More or less. So, in that vein, how might we go about getting a meeting with your higher-ups, as you say, to discuss betraying Mr. Bolton?
Say that again?
How might we go about contacting your higher-ups so that we can discuss betraying Mr. Bolton?
Could always walk me back in there and explain everything he said. Smiles at a, obviously shit-eating grin, bats his eyes.
I suppose if we wanted to end up manacled inside of some cell somewhere, yes, that would be an option.
Both of your insight checks, he's seems to be somewhat forthcoming, but talking in sort of doublespeak, giving answers that make you keep talking to him, etc.
Well then, perhaps you could divulge, I don't know, the name of someone we could actually contact there about arranging this little prisoner transfer.
Who you want to transfer?
You
what
do
is your
want to go
offer?
back.
I could go back. Oh wait, no, hang on. Connor's got to rescind that sentence. I can. I can go back. I can.
Back with that.
For
It's unclear.
clarification, in case you need it, what Zonkiria is implying is that he gets traded back to them in exchange for the information on Dax, or Mr. Bolton.
He shrugs. I don't think I'd be valuable enough to them for a lot, but it's a foot in the door.
All right. And who should we contact about this?
Clacks his manacles. I could write it down for you.
Zonkiria kind of raises an eyebrow. Tabaxi got your tongue?
Oh, Zonkiri,
Yes.
have you cast that aura masking spell or anything? On the off chance they have some way of keeping track of him?
No.
Don't suppose sending works if they just describe the person to me, do they? And their name.
The wording
It
of the
says
spell
a
is
person
somebody
with
you're
which I am
familiar with.
familiar. Yeah, so it depends on how familiar he can describe it to me.
I'd probably have you roll a spellcasting check to bridge the gap off of somebody you've never met and heard one story about.
Willing creature. Damn.
But hey, what was this little offer of yours, by the way, Rat?
Certain contract?
Do you?
A certain binding contract?
That's the one. When you came up to me when I first got sat down.
Yes. The offer is if you have magical ability, the ability to cast magic spells of any kind, I have a contract for you. You sign that contract, and you give us any information we need, you can walk away. Of course, you won't be able to stay down here. You'd have to go to where this contract needs you. But
I may not be particularly arcane minded. I can get a hold of somebody. What kind of contract are we talking about?
No,
Oh.
dude.
Yeah.
I'm about to turn home.
So to recount that, he asks you, what kind of contract are we talking about? I can't cast spells, but I can get a hold of somebody.
It depends who you can get a hold of. It's a binding contract, so to say.
I'm no fucking archdevil, my guy. I'm not.
It's no deal with the devil of all. Very well, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, look,
It's
I
not much better
appreciate
though.
the
It's
candor.
a deal with a witch. And that's about all I'm gonna give you for now.
Okay. What does it involve? I mean, listen, I feel like you're downplaying this like it's gonna turn me off or it's vile. I'd like to remind you what we work in, or do you not know?
Big thinking.
Well,
Player's thinking whether or not it's actually smart to reveal all the information or not. So
That's
hold
up to
on.
you.
Zankiri will hand the guy a little piece of paper and a quill. Let him write down a name.
He writes down a first name and office number, and signs it with a little heart, sarcastically.
Appreciated.
I would be the
Oh,
warden.
that's good. Noted. All right, that'll give us someone to contact about Mr. Bolton. Anyone else here have any particular questions for our guest here?
Not really.
We have nothing.
Nothing that I can think of.
How are you managing the invisibility? I would like to know that.
Smirks. Do you really want to know?
Dare.
Unbutton my shirt. Winks.
He doesn't have a shirt on.
He has like. Did you fully fucking strip him?
I full fucking stripped him. God only knows if he had hidden weapons on him.
Okay, so there's a
He's not
tattoo from his chin down his neck. Also, somebody's coming through very busted up. Liv, can you mute
Liv.
yourself?
Yeah.
There's a tattoo from his chin down his neck. Covers basically all the front of his neck, down to his sternum, spreads out over his chest, and halfway from his sternum to his belly button. That seems to be some sort of magical tattoo. Winks, and you see it. You see he starts to do a. He can't do a somatic component because he's restrained, correct?
Okay, you don't suppose if we took that off of him, it would still work, would it?
Unlikely.
Nah.
You ask about carving the tattoo off of him?
Yes, he
Of
was.
course he is.
Yes.
Of course he is.
Why you even ask?
He murmurs he just says, Ruiner. And you see a little flash, but since he doesn't do the somatic components, the tattoo doesn't fully evoke. Bait, I can't show you the
Awfully
party
convenient.
trick, but I mean, you can always uncuff me and I can show you. I've got other tricks too.
Or
I
we
don't
could
think
just
I-
kill you now.
If you think that'll work out well for you, go ahead.
It'll shut you up.
It will.
Under, you do realize the purpose of an interrogation is to have him speak, yes?
Yes.
Is it her first time?
I really don't know what they're teaching hatchlings these days.
Undiluted sass.
Hatch. I'm not gonna question it. Anyway. So is this the part where you stab me, or boil me alive, flay my skin?
We like the sound of that one.
No, not at all, not at all.
Got a knife in my bag if you want to use it. Smiles.
No,
It's a very
need
dull
that.
knife.
Ooh, messy.
No, that wasn't a compliment or even a threat. It was a degradation, if anything. You take very poor care of your weapons.
Winks.
You know, the speed at which the rest of you are jumping to torture
I
Well,
wasn't.
I'm a little,
I
I'm a little
wasn't
bothered by
recommending
it.
anything.
is really beginning to make me wonder why it is I'm considered the bad one here.
Hey, no, pause there.
Yeah.
I wasn't threatening anything. I was literally making a comment on him.
I'm a little perturbed. To be
For
honest.
someone who is a quote unquote knife in the fucking dark, his knife is awfully dull.
I wear it down. I should get back to sharpening it a bit more, I guess. What can I say? I'm only humanoid.
The hell is he?
He's a dark elf para.
Range.
Drow, if you will.
Look, I had a bit. This was so weird creature.
I mean,
As I
we
was-
saw a guy that was literally a giant red blob
Would somebody like to
that
roll an
was
insight
hiding.
check on him?
So
What are you saying? Anything specific they want to look at?
Yeah. He seems really nonchalant. I want to see if he's just trying to fake it for face.
is that did someone actually check if that tattoo was arcane in any nature?
Nobody
I
has
think
yet.
I think that's what he was saying. It looks to be invisible. It's literally a magic storing tattoo.
He did also say, I have other tricks too, but never
Oh.
elaborated on what tricks.
Actually, hey, where's that gauntlet?
Don't
Right here.
do not
Karen,
do not do it. Yeah.
with a 19.
Yeah.
Zonkiri with a 15, you get... There's clearly something up with his nonchalance here. Like, there's drow masochism, and then there's whatever the fuck this guy's on. It's the part when he says, I'm only humanoid. You've heard that kind of coy, like, nothing can hurt me talk before in your life? From other very powerful beings who are not humanoids? You have a feeling he's not a humanoid, and is in fact lying about that.
I'm only human after all.
You're not sure what, but there's something
promise
more
you.
to this guy.
If this is a black dragon, I'm going through the window. You
It's an
can't
ancient
stop me.
black dragon. Just
An ancient black dragon erupts from this.
a great worm, actually.
Yeah, Silver.
No, I can still see those tattoos, right? I could
Mhm.
probably see if there's like something arcane about him.
Yeah, it is a magical tattoo, Andariel. Has a faint... Oh god, what is... I think it's illusion for...
Invisibility.
Just-
Give me an Arcana check, Tristan, because she's getting a miasma of a few schools. It makes it hard to identify one in particular. 11?
I'll just add Flash of Genius so I can make it a 15.
Okay, 15. Anything else?
I mean,
Can I make my own
unless-
Arcana check?
You
Actually,
can.
and if someone has like an int,
I have one for you.
Oh. You want to use it?
Yep.
24, and what is your Flash of Genius? Plus 4?
it should be a +4, so
Total
28.
So, Andariel, you get that there's multiple mini spell circles inscribed into this large tattoo. Silver, you get specifically, with this, they get to cast invisibility at will. There seems to be some sort of binding agent, like a, similar to an inverted magic circle. Specifically, a spell you were kind of familiar with, as you've seen a scroll for creatures of lower planes summon them. And you get with a 28. This is a tattoo that helps keep a person possessed, is a part of it.
Oh god damn.
And it looks like it's got a bit of a, not a hive mind aspect, but like they can't really run and be alone. It doesn't imply, with a 28, it's not like they can always detect it, but the tattoo is a thing they can... There's some weird divination elements about it. There might be certain individuals who have different tattoos who can reach into memories of these people, of their last moments, etc. a death flare signal almost, as if the last thing they get to see gets sent out.
Oh, so if they
You also get the feeling that killing them would release whatever it's possessing, and just let it return from whence it came. It would only kill the vessel, unless you had something specifically to fuck with whatever's possessing it, which you identify to be a some sort of fiend.
Do they tell Zungiri this?
Oh, I'm actually saying this out loud as I'm looking through the tattoos.
Their smile widens in very wide, almost mirroring what Zunkiri does when you start describing their ace in the hole.
Zungiri's just going to turn back to him and say, "The book."
Oh, what did you say?
The book.
Should Connor know what that means?
The bussy.
The book is a fiend who literally does everything you just described.
Let me just look that up, and I might say yes.
Dybbuk.
The book, malicious possessing spirit believed in dislocating soul of a dead person.
That was unnecessary.
Is there a D&D stat block for these?
Yeah.
Huh.
The books terrorize mortals on the material plane by possessing corpses and giving them a semblance of life, after which the demon uses them to engage a range of sordid activities. In their natural form, they appear as translucent flying jellyfish. Moving through the air, they rarely travel in this fashion. The Dybbuk possesses the first suitable corpse it finds. By plundering a corpse's memories and accessing its capabilities, the Dybbuk can impersonate a creature as it was in life. But the truth of the matter, it quickly becomes apparent to those around it. Because the Dybbuk can't resist pursuing its vices in a maniacal single-mindedness that betrays its true nature. They delight in terrorizing other creatures by making their hosts behave in horrifying ways.
Yeah.
Quite seem.
Adding to that,
They're also incorporeal, so they're basically ghosts, and they can innately cast Dimension Door.
I'm going to go with yes. I'm now going to be using the stat block for this thing. But in its vessel, it's specifically only what I described, like the invisibility at will, like.
Yeah. I mean, it would get the spell casting of the creature that it was possessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are really fun creatures to use.
Actually, no, it would get the spellcasting for possessing it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it loses its own spell casting in exchange, but
Okay.
yada.
Yeah. So you identify this thing, and Connor realizes, yeah, this fits very well, and it nods. You also are aware that this means that a rat pursued its own vices so much it annoyed a Dybbuk.
That's impressive.
It is.
Zonkiri's just gonna laugh for a bit. Well, that explains why you're not too concerned about what we do to this vessel of yours. Everyone, I'd like to introduce you to a Dybbuk. Possessing spirits, they inhabit dead people. Gain all their memories, their personalities, and can basically masquerade for them for as long as they want. Very useful creatures if you know how to bind them, especially when dealing with reconnaissance and stealth.
Gross.
Does a little curtsy while sitting down.
Katira
what?
Katira visibly what?
Explodes.
does not like that.
Valid. I imagine it reminds her of certain other corpse-possessing things.
Yes, it very much does.
That's what I thought.
So, out of curiosity, you here by contract or are you here naturally? Asking whether he was summoned or if he just found his way here and got caught up in this.
How does anybody find their way to Galazorn, if not by contract?
We even had a contract when we came here.
True. Well, actually, no, I don't think we technically do.
Well, when we first came here, we kind of did.
No.
Maybe we don't say this in front of the now severely more.
I was saying it out of character.
Sometimes the DM look at.
Well, he didn't use the Morgana voice, so it wouldn't
Yeah.
confuse everybody to use his character voice for an
Oh.
out-of-character moment.
Oh, I will sponsor the Doctor to just ASMR you all the time. I will pay him.
He has a PhD in that. So,
Did. Yeah. I take it you're not the only one amongst the Shade Ruiners.
far from it. I think the majority have been converted at this point. A few hold out hope for better abilities, but I just haul in corpses of people who held out. They get repurposed, recycled. You know about that, Mr. Necromancer.
Yes, quite
Smile.
a bit. I'm actually a rather big fan of your people. I've been trying to work out a summoning ritual lately, but haven't been able to quite get the bindings of it working yet. This is Fergus being like, this is one of the reasons I wanted to take Summon Greater Demon, because of these guys. I like these guys.
He just kind of smiles and, well, I'm sure I'll be hearing from you at some point then.
Give us your children.
Probably. So, in that case, let's see. Yes, this is a slaver, but it also means there's not much we can do to him, because even if we kill him, he'll pop out of the vessel, and even if we kill the him that pops out of the vessel, he'll just go back to the abyss. Although I don't know how that works with your funky planar stuff.
Yes,
Connor.
he would still go back to the abyss. Still works. It's just getting there is a bit of a weird trek.
Okay.
His visa gets revoked.
Well, let's see. In that case, why don't you go ahead and tell me who your summoner is?
Raises his eyebrow. Now, I've been awful forthright. I don't think I'm allowed to give away that kind of information. But we can talk if you like. What kind of deal are you talking about here?
Well, simple. I don't like slavers. Whoever summoned you is running quite the unfortunate operation. And, well, sending you on a one-way trip back to the abyss wouldn't really accomplish much.
Well,
Your summoner dying, on the other hand.
a regime change might be nice. Well, I mean, can you pull it off?
Mr. Dabok, I'm gonna fill you in on a fun little detail here. This guy's literally never failed at one thing or the other to scare the ever living shit out of me from day one, and I've known him for roughly a month.
Give me some
Give or
acolytes.
take.
Give me your levitate spell pitch.
Let's see. There's the Kulon. incident, and that wasn't really much of an incident. He technically went willingly.
This kind, just technically.
No, we're not doing this again. Are we? We're not
He was a bit of an immortal demigod of sort, and he was really tired of living. So I told him I could give him death. He didn't believe me. I delivered.
He's going to roll insight on just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I would give him advantage because he is a spirit very much associated with undead, and Zunkir's going to start describing other incidents, and it could easily become apparent what Zonkiri is referring to himself as.
In referring to himself as a
Lich.
Mm.
He's giving him exploits of like, oh yeah, I killed this thing and destroyed it, and like as the guy's going through his head, like, wait, how would you destroy that thing? You would have to destroy their soul. The only thing that can destroy the soul of something like that is, oh dear God.
Starts piecing it together. You see a little twinkle in his eye. So you've got a good rap sheet. Well, stands up and like sits on the bed.
Offer simple. In exchange for your
bang your head against it, dude. Bang your head against it.
bang your head against it, apparently.
Yeah.
In exchange for your true name, break the binding on this. You can go off and run away, and we'll go kill your summoner. And if I have perchance use of you, then, well, summoning you up to cause a bit of mischief wouldn't be out of the ordinary.
I'll make a counter offer. You cut me free. I stage it to where you all didn't abduct Drak. If I can ice him myself, say that somebody else came other than you and dealt with him, give you the name of our warden, my summoner. Winks. And we go our separate ways.
Unfortunately, we have to have a bit of a conversation with your warden about one of his contracts, so that won't be acceptable. Although, I do have one other counter offer, and I do believe my party here will attest to it. And Zonkiri is going to turn back, and just as a note, when Zonkiri is asking for his true name, there's a thing in the Summon Greater Demon spell that if you have... They when they get summoned, they have a chance to break free every turn. All giving him his true name would make it harder for him to break out of his control. It wouldn't like give him total, eternal control.
You did
over
also
him.
threaten him that you're really good at sympathetic magic, names, hairs, etc., and you can do a lot with it.
Yeah. But Carrie's also about to threaten to stuff him into his phylactery, which would actually kill him.
Make the threat.
Or I could stuff you inside a phylactery and see how long it takes to digest you.
He pauses. You bluffing?
Zunkir's just going to turn back to everyone and just see what their reaction is to that sentiment.
Karen just leaned back against the wall, just hands steepled, just looking at the ceiling.
What's everyone's reaction to his question if Zonkiri bluffs?
Of all the things I've seen you eat, this one would bug me the least.
This is what Morgana does. Like, oh, yeah.
And I just saw it. Just saw it in Forge Fire. Fuck.
Yes, Morgana looks very interested to see how long it takes him to get digested.
I would like to make you to make a deception check, Fergus, to Zankiri, to convince him.
I was
Unless
going
you
for
actually.
I was going for intimidation. Oh, Zankiri's not lying to him. He's going to stuff him inside his phylactery if he doesn't agree to this.
Okay. You don't have one at the moment, though.
No, but Zankiri to Zankiri. Today, tomorrow, 100 years from now.
Go ahead and roll intimidation.
All right.
Okay.
That ought to do it.
Damn,
Fucking-
son, where'd you find
Fucking
that?
5.
How does Zankiri have a fucking 4 in intimidation?
It's the only charisma skill he's proficient in. It's the only thing he can do is scare the pants off of people. He can't convince them. He can't lie to them. He can't
No, I'm
Persuade
saying
them.
it should be much fucking higher.
Oh,
Is
We're not allowed to be this mechanically ineffectual and succeed all the time. It's bullshit.
He had a total of 7. And you fully convince him that you will digest him in a phylactery. So, Mr. Anti-Slaver here would like to either have me bound up in what could be an eternal contract to summon at your whim, or be digested and die.
pretty much yes.
Why not? Everybody dies eventually. Sure. I'll give you a true name.
Caleb.
And just give me I'll give you my true name in exchange for my freedom until you figure out how to summon me. And then you go handle the warden, do whatever regime change you want to do. And I don't have to see you again until you summon me. And as an added change, I'll fucking cover up Drak's little accident.
Sounds agreeable to me. Zankiri turns back to the people with far more insight than he does about whether or not a deal is a good deal or a bad deal.
I look at him and I raise my eyebrow and I incite him. Double 18.
Okay. He seems... What are you trying to incite? Like...
I'd imagine whether he's going to stick to this or just immediately betray us and go rat us out.
Yeah, his
legitimacy.
Okay.
faith.
He seems...
verbal contract.
He seems like he's not entirely scared or overzealous about anything. A little nonchalant, carries through. And he's like, sure. With an 18, you kind of pick up that he doesn't really... He doesn't have enough care about what's going on to go and rat you all out, if he agrees to this. And the energy it would take to come up with a lie to you all is more than he's willing to expend. So he's just like, yeah, okay, we'll do this. Good luck. I'll see you at some point. Shoulder shrug. Just kind of the embodiment of meh.
No objections, everyone?
Not particularly.
We have no objections.
Very well.
But before, I would like to have a little chat with your rat.
Raises an eyebrow and looks over at Dat.
Privately. He's actually going to look at you, Zonkiri, and kind of wait for your response to this.
If everyone could give us the room for a moment.
All right.
So everyone but Dat and Zonkiri are gone.
Yeah, Zonkiri's just gonna.
Bounce, but she'll walk out.
Okay. If it's,
Zonkiri will just be sort of sitting off to the side, just making sure no hanky panky goes on.
he kind of nods and like kind of expected you to stay. So what's this about? After everybody's out, the doors close, and he looks at Dat and goes, "So what's this about looking for a caster? I happen to know a few."
Are they competent casters?
Competent enough to cast spells, not enough to avoid capture.
And what do you get out of telling me who they are and where they are?
Let's call it a finder's fee. I hand them to you. If they come and sign with your little thing or whatever you need, I get a benefit from none of y'all here, but back home, I'll get a little bit of a bonus. I'll never claim to be a big fan of working for the Ruiners. That's alright. But it's not art. This could be art. And all I ask is that, well, you'll just have to look over a small little itty-bitty detail of the person I'm bringing over.
Go on.
He's going to whisper in your ear. Does Zonkiri have a way of listening into this whisper?
Any more so than just Varshi's bat hearing?
Perception check from them. And remind me, you said that the book possessing a creature would just replace their spellcasting with the creatures?
While inside
possessed?
that creature, yes.
Okay.
I believe so, yes. I'd have to check it, but I believe they get its stat block. Possessing creature retains its hit points. Otherwise, yeah, it otherwise uses the possessed chart, so it keeps its alignment, hit points, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, telepathy, immunity to poison damage, exhaustion, being charmed or frightened. It otherwise uses the possessed target's gain statistics, gaining access to its knowledge and proficiencies, but not its class features, if any. So, for example, if he possesses Zonkiri's corpse, he would get Zonkiri's jump spell, he would get Zonkiri's Misty Step, his invisible psionic hand. He would not get Zonkiri's wizard casting, though. He would
Okay.
get the innate casting ability, though.
But a monster stat block that does not have a class would still get the spellcasting they have.
That it does say, is a spellcaster of blank level.
Oh, and it does say those spellcastings usually base off a class, don't they?
Yes.
So it wouldn't get those.
Well, for NPCs, spellcaster is a class.
Okay. Okay, that changes his plan a little bit, but will remain the same as he whispers into Dad's ear. Essentially, he plans to sponsor the caster. A little side project to his. Get somebody, tell them they can escape wherever they're being trafficked to. In exchange, all they gotta do is come sign one little deal for him. And his little finder's fee is just a little bit of the damage they do gets taxed onto him for his home back in the Abyss. Every little debaucherous act and whatnot, they might get a little whispers from a quote-unquote patron. He wants to cut himself in on this deal, is essentially what he describes to you. But he can produce somebody of the... I said it was 4th or 5th levels, was it?
I believe so.
He can get a hold of somebody, and he's pretty confident he can press them hard enough to go with whatever you're wanting versus their stuff. Just a thought, and then leans back out.
The rat will think on it.
Well, you've got until I accept this offer with your friend, and then things might change. So, you ready to shake and... Are you ready to spit and shake on it? Whatever you people do? I've been told. Well, you might actually sign with blood. Looks at Zonkiri. What's it, the rat? I don't want to know what she'd sign with. He does not seem to be fond of rat folk after his experience guarding Drak. And, basically saying, so, we're doing this thing? Do you accept that? Are we gonna do this, Zonkiri? Like, he's ready to make a deal.
That is going to defer to Zonkiri.
I've got no problem dealing with him.
Do whatever it is you must do.
Alright then. Zonkiri will just mage hand the door back open. Alright, everyone, come back in.
So do you agree to his deal, Dad?
So, Divox are natural spellcasters, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm braining here.
Not
What
high
level
enough.
of spells they cost?
Not high enough for your stuff.
Damn.
He's only offering to get you a hold of somebody who can fulfill the contract and basically make them do the in-game version of taking a level in Warlock to have them be a patron. And then, you know, cut in on the deal as best he can. And if you'll hand him the scroll to look over, he can tell you whether or not it'll work.
Sure, the rat isn't it. The rat probably wouldn't be able to think this far into it. Sure.
Okay. He does look over it. And he is confident that it would qualify. That it would still, the contract would still work. And still have his tie-in.
I'm sure the hag would have some way of nullifying that tie-in.
Maybe. But you certainly don't know enough about this contract and its writing to be able to discern that at the moment.
Nope. Bring the person over. Get him to sign a contract.
So all you need to do is shake his hand to agree to his deal, and then it'll be binding. And then he will have to go and get the person for you, bring them here, and should they sign, it all gets finalized.
Okay, hold on. Wait. I'm making a deal here. What is the exact wording he's giving me?
He's going to go get, in exchange for being able to cut himself into the deal on this caster.
Yeah.
He brings him here, and if they sign your contract, the one he brings to you, he gets to cut himself in on it. Nothing to do with you.
Alright, fine. That'll take the deal.
You shake his hand. There's a small little flash of sickly green energy, or sickly gray energy. And he will go on to his commitment soon.
Your last words for our soon-to-be departed.
Nope.
To the rest of the party.
Nope.
Hmm.
Well, ready to shake on it when you are, Lich.
Zonkiri will reach down with his hand, one hand to shake his hand, the other hand with a knife to like screw up the bindings and stuff to get this guy out of the body, so that they keep their deal. Specifically, facing him so that he's not facing the rest of the party. He's just facing Zonkiri,
Mm-hmm.
and he's going to shake his hand and say, as he's like cutting the cutting the match binding tattoo out, so that this is the last image the guy sees before he dies.
Mm-hmm.
What you were saying about the
Death Flash.
the death flash. You can call me Zonkiri the Dead. And looking, past him to whoever's watching this, cuts the binding, quote unquote, kills the guy.
It triggers the effect. The corpse drops, and you see the out of his mouth, the like jellyfish demon crawls out, not floating at first, using its tentacles to almost like arms to pull it up, which it should not be able to do. Squeezes out of its corpse mouth, and just telepathically says, "And you can keep the tip," referring to the body he's leaving behind.
I take it he dimension doors away.
He does. And we'll continue dimension door. Well, does it twice more to get wherever the fuck he wants. Just 500, 500, 500. Gone, so.
I really do like the books. He just looks at the rest of the party.
I've reclined so much, I'm just leaning back against the headboard.
So it is also late, so I would like to go ahead and wrap this session here.
Cool. I will say, the last thing Zonkiri says to the party is, now we need to get out of here, now.
Then let's go.
Hacking all his shit.
This is fair.
And that's what we'll pick up next week. I will see you all
I just got here.
on